Good evening. Please be seated. I'd like to take a brief moment to remind all present that this meeting is a space for respectful and constructive discussion. As a reminder, the Standards Committee have requested that I make it clear to all members that by attending the meeting this evening, we are all agreeing to abide by the Members' Code of Conduct. In doing so, members are reminded of the contract that we all sign up to regarding the standards expected of us. Let's remain professional, respectful, listen to one another and uphold the decorum expected of this chamber. Members of the public are asked to observe the public meeting protocol, copies of which are available on some seats as well as on the council website. Could I also remind all members, in accordance with paragraphs 6.1 of the council's procedural rules in the Constitution, that if you are able, please do stand when speaking and addressing me. May I remind all present that the meeting will be streamed live on the Council's website and also on Oldham Community Radio. And the recording will be available after the meeting. Before we proceed with tonight's agenda, I'd like to invite the Reverend Alex Walker to lead us in a brief reflection. Reverend Walker.
Mr Mayor, members of Council, once again thank you for the privilege of being able to say a few words this evening. There are of course a great many different calendars in use by different cultures, nations, religions, occupations and organisations throughout the world. Most mark the start of their new year in a special way. We see so many wonderful examples of these New Year celebrations across this diverse county of Greater Manchester. And the many organisational and occupational years include the calendar year, the financial year, the tax year, the legal year, the academic year, and of course the municipal year. For organisations, a new year provides two linked but distinct opportunities. Firstly, to reflect back on the past year, reviewing what went well and what could or should have been done better. And secondly, to plan for the new year, thinking very carefully about what they intend to do and how they want to go about it. When I worked in industry, business planning was an important annual event. This is, of course, the last full council meeting before the end of the municipal year, and in 8 weeks' time, the annual meeting of the council will take place in this chamber. Between now and then, the electorate will have the opportunity to shape the next municipal year at the local elections. So, in the busyness of the election time, please don't miss the opportunity to reflect on the past year on an individual basis. And to all members of council, but particularly to those who will not be here in 8 weeks' time, thank you for your service to the borough throughout this municipal year. Mr Mayor, members of council, thank you.
Thank you, Reverend Walker. We'll now move on to the business of the meeting. Item 1, apologies. I have received apologies for absence from councillors Ball, Bashforth, Chauhan, Ibrahim and Quigg. Are there any other apologies? Councillor Taylor.
Sorry, Councillor Dean, please.
Councillor Wilkinson isn't here, but we've not had any apologies. Okay, thank you. Item 2. The minutes of the last two council meetings held on the 10th of December 2025 and the budget meeting on the 4th of March 2026, as circulated on a supplement that was published last Friday. They are before the council for approval. Does any member wish to comment on the minutes?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just looking at the minutes, I just remembered that the leader did give me undertaking that she's going to provide a written response to my question. I'm still waiting for that. Just a reminder. Thank you.
Just to remind Councillor Wahid, that's not anything represented on the minutes. That's the minutes are to approve what was said in the meeting, not whether you get a response yet or not. So you'll get one in due course.
Okay.
Thank you. Okay, thank you. We'll now vote on the minutes of December 2025. Can members please cast their votes? You've got 20 seconds to cast your vote, and when I announce that the voting is closed, there will be no further voting, and you will not be able to change your vote. Voting is now closed. Okay. The minutes are carried. Can Council now agree the minutes of the Council meeting on the 4th of March 2026 as approved as a correct record? Again, you have 20 seconds to cast your vote, and when I announce the voting is closed, there will be no further voting, and you will not be able to change your vote. The minutes are carried. Moving on to item 3, declaration of interests. In relation to agenda item 11, opposition motion, keep the covenant, the Director of Legal Services has given a dispensation allowing members that have served in the armed forces or who have a family member who was formerly in the armed services to fully participate and vote in on this motion. Are there any declarations of interest from members in respect of matters to be determined? Councillor Gafford.
Yeah, my son is doing the youth, so it's a personal interest.
Thank you. Okay, and Councillor Lancaster has already brought that forward. Yeah. So, if members are declaring a prejudicial interest, or one of their other registrable interests, could I ask that you leave the meeting at the relevant item? Moving on, we have no items of urgent business to undertake under item 4, so we'll move on to item 5, communications relating to the business of the Council. It is with sadness that I refer to the recent passing on the 14th of March 2026 of Phil Wallace, the former Member of Parliament for Oldham East and Saddleworth. Mr Wallace represented the constituency in Parliament between 1997 and 2010. During this time, he held a series of ministerial roles, including Minister of State for Borders and Immigration, Minister of State for the Environment, Minister of State for Local Government, Minister of State for Social Inclusion, Deputy Leader of the House of Commons, and the Lord Commissioner of the Treasury. I have been notified of members that wish to say a few words. Councillor Shah.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. This is going to be a particularly difficult one for me. Phil wasn't just my first boss, he was a mentor for me. I owe so much of who I am today to Phil, to his kindness, his guidance, his support, his love, and actually to his unwavering belief in me. I knew Phil was ill. In fact, I think many of us in the chamber knew of his illness, but I don't think any of us could ever really bring ourselves to accept the reality of the brutal illness that did take him away from us all. The impact Phil had on me and communities across Oldham is immeasurable. I think the outpour of support, messages and well wishes that we saw from him and the people from past and present who ended up, coming into J.R. Klein's to sign his book of condolences was a testament to who he was as a person. And everybody who came in shared their cherished memories of him and the difference and the impact that he'd made, not just on them, but on their lives and the communities when he represented Oldham, East and Saddleworth. And I think it's appropriate to say that we all know, regardless of our party politics, actually, how much public service is undervalued. And I think at a time like this, when something like this happens, I think the outpouring of love and respect that is shown through all the messages that we've had, but also actually people who had not had direct contact with him but appreciated his service just means so much. And I've had the opportunity actually to be able to share all of that with his wife Tracy and his two boys who were he was very fond of. And I just want to say that actually all that speaks really to who he was as a person and speaks volumes to how he represented here in Oldham, East and Saddleworth. And I just want to pass on my condolences to his wife Tracy, to Josh and to Jed. And I just hope and pray that they find a way to overcome this. As somebody who's lost my own father, I do know that even though death is a reality, the fact is that you never ever really move on, and you never ever really heal. But I do want his family to know how much he's loved and how much he is respected, and we will be doing something in memory of him in the next few weeks. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Shah. Councillor Sykes, would you like to speak?
Briefly, Mr. Mayor, I suppose my relationship with Phil Wallace was a bit different than the leaders. I knew Phil, first of all, because I fought a general election against him in 2001. He was successful, I wasn't. But we kept it reasonably civil during that time, I have to say, to the point we were reasonably civil afterwards as well. Noticeably different than how politics tends to be now in our borough. And I have to say, when I was leader of the council, he was one of the 3 MPs, and he was helpful. He turned up, he took a brief, he went away and did what he said he was going to do and reported back, and generally was helpful. So that's in terms of that. My thoughts and prayers go particularly to his wife and his 2 children. It's very difficult to lose a father, whoever you are and whatever it is. So yeah, he made a contribution. He has a particular made a particular contribution to election history, as we know, but I won't touch any more on that. He made a contribution as an elected member. I always found, because he was my MP, probably the best relationship I've had with my MP since I became voting age, and I've had 3, I think now, no, 4 different MPs over the time. And I think the last thing, which I think is probably the best tribute I could give to him, Phil's a person I'd be very happy to have a drink with, which isn't a lot of people, I could say, who are a different political colour to myself. But him would be a drink, and he weren't shy of getting his hand in his pocket either. Thank you, Mr. Burr.
Thank you, Councillor Sykes. Councillor Nasheen.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I want to talk a little bit about my experience with Phil. As a trustee to the ACE charity, I got to meet Phil. Now, over the years, I've heard lots about him. I never got the chance to actually meet him. And when I first became a trustee of ACE charity, I found it really difficult. Phil, with his warm smile, with his support, and just his general gentleness, personality made me feel welcome. And I'll never forget that. And on that lunch break that we had a conversation, and I fondly remember talking about all the residents that remember him and have said some kind words about him. And he told me a bit about a journey that he travelled to Pakistan, and you remembered that quite fondly. And it just showed that even over the years, he carried a lot of respect, and it's just general character shone through. I will always remember the fact that he supported me, helped me through those first few months of being a trustee. I just want to pay my condolences to his family and to all his friends and everybody that knew him. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Sheen. Councillor Iqbal.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. From my time around Phil, he served our community and country with dedication. He cared deeply about the people he served. On a personal note, Phil was also a friend to my father and a few other people, my uncles, who worked very closely with him. That speaks only to his professionalism, but to the relationship he built around and respect earned from those around him. Sorry about that. His contribution will not be forgotten. He brought passion and strong sense of duty to everything he did. On behalf of myself and the council, I extend sincere condolence to his family, friends and all those who knew him. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Iqbal. Councillor Jabbar, do you wish to speak?
Yes, Mr. Mayor. Thank you very much. So I'd just like to take a moment, Mr. Mayor, to recognise the contribution Phil made locally and nationally. First of all, he was a brilliant MP, a brilliant minister, and above all, a brilliant human being. I knew him from the first days he came to Oldham back in 1997 before the election. And I would say he was a dear friend. And what I found about him, Mr. Mayor, is that at a human level, he was such a warm person. And whenever you asked him a difficult question, he never shied away from it. He tried to give you a proper answer. And I think that says a lot. And you know, one thing that we see in politics is a lot of career politicians, that they get a seat and then they go to London, and then in the constituency they don't spend enough time. But Phil was genuinely different. He understood the issue about this town and the people of this town. And he was here every weekend. And he was here every holiday time. And he went to talk to various people. Although he wasn't my MP, I had an excellent relationship with him. And I think he achieved a lot. And I can say genuinely, he was a rising star of the 97 Labour government. He was a brilliant guy, intellectual guy. His sense of humour was second to none. And I dearly miss him. I was in touch with him over text, even before he passed away. And Mr. Mayor, he's somebody honestly guided me. And I genuinely can say, in the same way that the leader said, that some of the things he taught me helped me to become a better person, a better politician. So I pay my tribute to him, to his family, to Tracy, to Josh, Jed. And, you know, he was a kind of his own. Despite ministerial duties and carrying his papers and everything else, he still found the time to come and listen to people in his surgery and talk to ordinary people to understand what was going on. So we were very grateful to have a person like his caliber and his commitment to our town. I send my sincere condolences to Tracy, Josh and Jed. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Jabbar. Would any other members like to speak? Councillor Hinds.
Thank you. I met Phil just by chance, really, just before the 1997 elections on Union Street. I forget the name of the pub exactly. I think it was the Nelson. And I walked in and obviously I recognised him. And I sat down and I had a pint with him. And he sort of like resonated that hope and that at that time where I think on the horizons things could be better. and he come across as such an absolute genuine person, and he was my MP, and I had nothing but respect for the guy, and I thought not only was he a great MP, he was also brilliant as a minister. I think we were all remember his interactions in that, and I you know, personally, I voted for him, and I just wanted to say, although Councillor Sykes is right, he doesn't want to mention a few things, I also feel personally, and I want to put it on record, that I thought the party he loved treated him with not the respect at the end that I think he deserved. But what a true person he was, and like I say, it was so approachable, and just to sit down with somebody and having that drink, because I was a nobody. I mean, some people might think that now, but I was a nobody, and to actually sit down with me at that time and give me sort of that space to discuss that optimism at the time, I think it was brilliant. And I think, if anything, we need more people like him, not less. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hinds. Councillor Byrne.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I was very shocked and upset when I heard of Phil's death. He was my MP, but he was the MP for Oldham East and Saddleworth, and he spent a lot of time in Saddleworth, and I was on the parish council then, and I had a lot of communication with him, and he didn't matter who you were. And I have to reflect a lot of the people's, a lot of members here, the views that he was a people's person. He used to joke with me and say, well, his mother and father met in a Conservative club, and could he come and drink in the Conservative club, of which at the time I think I was chairman. So we always had fun, and even after he moved to work for a friend of mine, actually, I've always had a lot of time for Tracy and Phil, and my sympathies, go to them, because I was really and truly upset that somebody of that age and such ability could no longer be with us. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Byrne. Please, will Council join me in observing a minute's silence in memory of the former MP, Phil Wallace? Thank you. This time, could I invite Councilor Hobin to address members? And Councilor Hobin, please stay seated.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Council, before I get on to the main part of my speaking, and I apologise if I'm stammering through this, because it's frustrating for me. It's part of what happened last time I was here, unfortunately. I would just like to I'd like to give a huge thanks to Shelley, Zahid, Aruj, yourself, Mr Mayor, Mike, Emma, Conrad and Andrew, and Neil and Dave. No, I can't remember anybody else from that night. I understand that mainly because of the swift the swift action taken at the last meeting and the speed of my admission to hospital, that my condition is improving well, even though it may not appear so. Timing is of the essence when somebody is having a stroke. And after seeing firsthand while I was on the ward how devastating the consequences can be, I feel blessed, strangely blessed, that I was here with people who knew what to do last time. Heaven knows what would have happened had I been alone. It was probably as scary and upsetting for you as it was for me. The messages of support I've received have since reinforced my feelings that in what we do as a group of people in this place, sometimes politics does come second. We are human and we can be civil to each other, even with our political differences. And now I have a statement to read, which is the result of a standards complaint, and Mr Mayor, I sit to offer an apology to full council for an incident that occurred at last year's annual council meeting. I have long campaigned on behalf of survivors of sexual abuse and assault, and I've heard firsthand their experiences and the impact that those experiences have had on their lives. The weight of what had been disclosed to me and other political leaders prior to that meeting was weighing heavily on my mind. At the time, I felt that the correct course of action was to bring attention to the issue, both in that meeting and on social media, in order to get swift action and answers for those affected. Excuse me. I now see that the council meeting was not the appropriate place to voice those concerns. I had already reported the matter to the appropriate safeguarding bodies, and I know that others had too. Those processes should be allowed to proceed without further speculation or comment. I accept that my tone of voice was inappropriate and not reflective of the standards that the Mayor should have to accept in this chamber. And for that I offer a full apology to the Mayor and my fellow councillors. Thank you.
Thank you. I am not taking any questions or comments at this time, so we will now move on. Moving on, I am aware that this is the last council meeting for those councillors who are retiring in May. Members may wish to speak in tribute to those councillors for their service. I am aware that Councillor Peter Dean, Councillor Howard Sykes, Councillor Marie Bashforth and Councillor Luke Lancaster are all retiring. I personally thank them for their service and wish them every good wishes in the future. Councillor Shah has indicated that she would like to speak in relation to Councillor Dean. Councillor Shah.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I'm not sure the term stalwart does Councillor Dean any justice. He's been a part of this council for almost I think as long as I've been alive, and for so many people across Oldham he's simply always been there. He's a familiar, trusted person, somebody who we as a group always go to for wisdom, and somebody who's looked after and represented all the communities with dedication and respect. Peter isn't just a councillor, he's been a constant. somebody who's not just given years but has actually given decades of his life to public service, quietly making a difference in ways most people will never fully see, but they have undoubtedly felt. Over the years, Peter has served this council in just about every role that you could possibly imagine or think of, whether it's in leadership positions, whether it's on the cabinet, whether it's chairing committees, or simply being a strong voice for his residents. And in every role, he's brought the same steady judgment, integrity and commitment. To me, and I'm sure to many others in this chamber, and it's a really sad shame that Councillor Dean couldn't be here today for his last council meeting. We received an email very late in the day today, actually, to say that he'd had an operation this morning and he didn't feel like he could make it because he had every intention to. Some of us were aware of his operation. And for anybody who knows Peter will know that this is probably the second or the third council meeting that he's ever missed in his entire career. That spans over 40 years. So that was also incredibly difficult to hit for him. And we send him our very, very well wishes. I think it's fair to say that his commitment to fairness, to integrity and doing the right thing by residents has helped not just shape the decisions in this room, but has actually shaped the character of our borough. For anyone who knows Peter, there's nothing you can say and nothing you can do, or you might even think you're really creative or innovative, and he'll tell you how we did that in 1982 or 1986 or 1994 or 1998, and how it never worked. So even when you were like full of excitement because you thought you were discussing something that was going to be great, he'd always tell you that they tried it, tested it already, and it didn't have an impact. But he served in more roles than most of us could keep track of, and somehow remembers every minute and every single one of them. And that is not just me, saying that lightly. Anyone who knows Peter knows that he's probably got the best memory that I've ever seen in any human being. He just remembers things, not just by the year, the date, but the moment and the time and the place and everything where it happened. But beyond that experience and beyond that knowledge, is the person that we're going to miss the most. I think his retirement came as a shock to all of us, and we wish him the great health. But I want Peter to know that on behalf of the Labour group and the wider Oldham Labour family, we want to thank him for his service, but thank him most sincerely for the friendship, for the lasting difference he made to this borough, and for all of us who had the privilege of working alongside him. We wish him every happiness in his retirement. He certainly earned it. And this last year, he actually received from the Labour Party a Lifetime Achievement Award. And I think that was so fitting. And for anybody who was at that regional conference, the whole conference stood up and gave him a standing ovation. Again, because of his health, he couldn't be there. But we wish him well. We're really sad to see him go. But he will still continue to be a valued member of the Labour family.
Councillor Byrne, can I ask you to speak on Councillor Dean?
I can speak briefly about one occasion which demonstrates how Peter was in control as a councillor, was such a gentleman in many ways, because I don't know why I was in the chamber. It was a long time ago. I wasn't even a councillor then. And one of the councillors who had also been elected as a member of Parliament was giving forth, and Peter said, "Councillor, you are not in the Palace of Westminster. This is Oldham." And I will always remember him for that, because it was such a gentle way of putting someone down who thought they were bigger than the rest of us. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Iqbal, can I ask you to speak?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. For me, today is a moment filled with both gratitude and touch of sadness, as we recognise and celebrate the retirement of someone who has given so much of himself to this community. For nearly 50 years, Peter has served as a councillor with a level of care, dedication, commitment that is truly second to none. That kind of service doesn't just happen, it comes from genuine love for the people, for the community, and for making a difference. And that's exactly what Peter has done day in, day out. His knowledge, built over decades of experience, is something that simply cannot be replaced, whether it was navigating complex issues or offering steady guidance in difficult times. Peter has always been someone who the people could rely on, but beyond that, it's his character that has left the deepest mark, his warmth, and of course that smile that so many of us will always remember. Peter's impact on the area and its residents speaks volume. Without doubt, he's a legend in our community in Waterhead and beyond. On a personal note, I want to say how grateful I am to have worked with him. Throughout my time working with Peter, his support, his advice, his presence have meant more than I can properly put into words here. It's an experience that will stay with me and guide me for years to come. But more than being a great counsellor, he's a good friend to me. And while he may be stepping back from this role, I know it's not goodbye, and I'm going to stay in touch with Peter. Our weekly, daily catch-ups will continue, hopefully. From the residents of Waterhead and for myself, thank you, Peter. Thank you for your service. Thank you for your dedication, and your legacy will live on. From my heart, I wish you the very best in your retirement, good health and happiness. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Jabbar, could I invite you to speak on Councillor Dean?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I just want to say a few words of tribute to Peter, someone who's given an extraordinary amount of time, energy, commitment to public service. He actually served 46 years in this council. He got first elected in 1979. He was a councillor for Werneth and then Coldest and then Failsworth East and then Waterhead currently. That's a remarkable amount of time, Mr. Mayor, for somebody to serve. I don't think we'll see this level of service in the modern time again. So he was my colleague in Coldest for a long time. And you know, one thing about Peter, he was a brilliant ward councillor. He'd pick up an issue, he'd write it down, he'd follow it up, and he'd just remind me when I was a young councillor, have you done this, have you done that, have you done that? And it was really a joy to work with him, because you know you'd get it done. You know, and obviously he served in many different positions, including being the mayor of this great town of ours. But Mr. Mayor, I think a lot of people perhaps don't recognize the contribution he made in housing when he was chair of housing. He brought in lots of housing improvement scheme, which improved hundreds of terrace properties in this town. And because of that, our people are living in better housing. He also brought in the overcrowding grant, which meant a lot of people living in absolute gross overcrowding were able to build a dormer or an extension to alleviate the overcrowding that they were living in. And those small things actually have a profound impact on individual households and individuals with their health, with their education. And I think Peter's biggest legacy will be that the stuff that he did when he was chair of housing. And as I said, he was my ward colleague, and you could always rely on Peter. And he was always calm in different meetings. In some of our ward meetings, things got a little bit, how can I say, hostile, but he was under control and he was able to deal with the situation. And when he was mayor, he really loved it. He used to come to all the events that we invited to. So I think today, Mr. Mayor, with all the other speakers, I just want to say personally, thank you for your friendship. Thank you for the service that you give to the Labour Party. Thank you for the service you give to the people of Oldham. And in retirement, I wish you all the best, and I hope you have a healthy and long, happy retirement. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Jabbar. Councillor Harrison, would you like to speak?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just wish to place on record my sincerest thanks to Councillor Peter Dean for his extraordinary service to the people of Oldham and to the Labour Party. Over 70 years of dedication is not just remarkable, it's a lifetime of commitment that few of us could ever hope to match. His contribution to our borough, to our communities and to this chamber and those that came before it has been nothing short of exceptional. On a personal note, Peter has been a colleague, a mentor and a friend. I have always valued the stories he has shared from years gone by, often delivered just at the right moment to leave the opposition with very little to say. But more than that, I have always respected his depth of knowledge, his experience and his unwavering sense of purpose. He has brought a calm and pragmatic voice not only to this chamber but to the Labour group as well, something that has been invaluable. In moments where others have rushed or reacted, Peter has always taken the time to steady the room, to bring perspective and to focus on what truly matters. While we are all sorry that health has led to this decision, I know I speak for many people when I say that Peter has more than earned a well-deserved rest. However, I also know this: his contribution does not end here. His knowledge and wisdom remain invaluable to us all, and I'm certain that many of us will continue to call upon him for guidance and support whenever he is able to offer it. His continued involvement in whatever way he chooses will remain incredibly important to our group and to the wider Labour family. Peter, thank you for your unwavering dedication, your service and your friendship. Your impact has been lasting and will continue to be felt for many years to come. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Harrison. Councillor Alamdani.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. It was very short notice and I was sad to hear that he couldn't be here today. So I'm not going to take too long. I was only here for the last few years of Peter's service as a councillor. It's very difficult probably not to make someone feel very old when you say that you were 2 when they were elected. And that really is a lifetime of service. He was always, as a sort of neighbouring councillor, very, very gentle, very calm, very considered, all the things that have been said. And that is appreciated, that you can rely on somebody, especially when it's cross-party, that it's not going to be especially working on a ward level, that you can just go to somebody if there's an issue, have a conversation, talk to them. And he was always prepared to do that. I'm not sure what he was like as a young councillor. I don't know if anyone knows. It appeals to me to think of him as a young firebrand shouting from the rooftops when he became such a calm and a gentle character towards the end. Maybe he was, maybe he wasn't. It's incredible that he's put that much service in that you can't really, nobody here will really remember what he was like at the start. That is true dedication and it's very much appreciated. Thank you, Peter. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Gapur.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I would also like to take a moment to recognise Peter Dean and place on record our thanks from the Oldham Group for his service to Oldham. Peter has always been a hard-working and committed councillor for many years for all the wards that he's representing and recently serving the people of Waterhead with real dedication. In his role as Cabinet Member for Culture and Leisure and through his wider work, he has consistently supported community groups, improve local spaces and help deliver practical changes that residents can actually see and feel. He's the type of councillor that gets stuck in, taking on hundreds of residents' issues, supporting local initiatives and helping to bring investment and improvements to the community. On a personal note, I've known Peter since I was a child. He used to work across the road from my mother's house in a housing office. And he was actually the first councillor that I ever knew. So in many ways, he's been a part of my understanding of local politics. And obviously, we served together 20 years ago when I was on the dark side. Although we sit on different sides of this chamber, I think it's important that we recognise the dedication when we see it. Peter has been a decent public servant to Oldham and someone who has always worked hard for his residents. For that, I believe, regardless of party, we should all thank him for his service and wish him all the best. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Akhtar.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Peter was my ward councillor when I first joined the Labour Party. and he guided me and mentored me at the beginning of my political career. Peter has supported and helped numerous families, including my family, across the borough, and a lot of residents across Oldham owe him a lot of gratitude. His knowledge of housing is second to none, as Councillor Jabbar has already outlined. Peter, you have been a stalwart of a councillor and for the Oldham Labour Group. Peter, this chamber will not be the same without you, and I wish you and Sue all the best in your retirement. Thank you.
I don't know whether Peter's been watching online what's been said, but I'm sure we'll be passing all these kind words on to him. So now we move on to Councillor Sykes, who is standing down at the election. So could I invite Councillor Shah to speak on Councillor Sykes, please?
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Just as Councillor Peter Dean is synonymous with Oldham Labour, I think it's fair to say that Councillor Howard Sykes is synonymous with the Oldham Liberal Democrats. So on behalf of Oldham Labour and the Council as a whole, I want to thank Councillor Sykes for his many years of dedicated service to the people that he's represented and the wider borough of Oldham. Howard has also been a familiar and constant presence in this chamber for a long time. So I don't know what this chamber will feel like without Peter Dean and Howard. While we've not always seen eye to eye, and that I accept is part and parcel of political life, what has usually always come through with Councillor Sykes is a seriousness with which he has approached his role. He's cared deeply about his community, and that has been evident in the way he carried himself, the issues he's championed, and the time that he's also given to public service. And that's something that I think is really important to recognise. Being a councillor isn't just about meetings in this chamber. It's the casework, it's the conversations, it's the community events, the moments where people turn to you because they need help. And I remember when I first became leader, I had regular meetings with Councillor Sykes because somebody who I know and valued and acknowledged his experience, I needed his support and relied on it a lot. He actually also told me like what the lines were when we used to get officer feedback to watch out for, and I valued those tips. It takes real commitment and it takes a lot out of you, but to give that level of service over so many years is something that does deserve genuine respect. As he steps down, I hope he does so knowing the difference he's made to people's life and to communities across Oldham. That kind of contribution doesn't disappear, it leaves a lasting mark. So on a personal note, as well as on behalf of Oldham Labour, I want to thank him for everything he's given in service to others and to wish him and his family all the very best for a long, happy and well-deserved retirement.
Thank you, Councillor Gafoor.
Thank you again, Mr Mayor. I'd just like to take this moment to recognise Howard Sykes as he steps on from Oldham Council this May and chooses not to stand for re-election. Howard has been a committed and dedicated public servant, and his contribution to this council and to the people of Oldham has been very significant. He has been a true asset, bringing experience, integrity and a strong voice in this chamber over many years. And on a personal note, I first served alongside Howard back in 2003. I don't think if he remembers or not, but I then took a Labour Council. I was, yes, I did mention it. I then took a short break of about 20 years before returning in 23. And I'm pleased to say we picked things up as if no time had passed at all. Some might say that's a testament to our working relationship. Others might say not much has changed in this chamber in the past 20 years. In all seriousness, since my return, we have worked well together, and I certainly will be looking to Howard for advice and guidance in the years ahead. His experience is invaluable, and I know he will continue to offer wisdom even beyond his time as a councillor. While he will be greatly missed by his Liberal Democrat colleagues, I'm sure I speak for all members across this chamber when I say his absence will be felt throughout this chamber. Howard, thank you for your service. You will leave with our respect and our very best wishes from the Oldham Group. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Woodbine.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Where to start with this one? Tonight is certainly the end of an era in Oldham politics, with one of the borough's longest-serving councillors ever attending his final full council. In the case of Councillor Sykes, I would say 39 years of service certainly puts him in, if not close to the legend category. To put it into some perspective, Howard had served on this council for 14 years before I was born. Shaw has chosen well, and basic arithmetic tells me they have rightly put their trust in him around 10 times. Getting elected is the easy bit. Staying elected is not so easy. He must have done something right all these years. Constitutional Services kindly sent me their records on Howard's service history. Having consulted Councillor Sykes, it seems it isn't exhaustive. I have chosen not to recite it, because even without the missing bits, we'd be here all night. He's been one of the few council leaders to continue their service after their party lost control. However, despite being relegated to the sidelines, he stayed on and fought for Oldham. He's always been in the residents' corner. He's been a safe pair of hands, a source of advice, a font of extensive knowledge. He knows this council back to front, and his contributions are always amongst the soundest. Howard is a resource we can't afford to lose. I was saddened to hear of his retirement. I had hoped he'd be here post-May to provide some much-needed stewardship to this council. Hopefully we will find another way for him to do that. Councillor Sykes, on behalf of all Conservatives, past and present, that have served alongside you, thank you for being a fair, straight and good colleague to us. Thank you, Mr Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Jabbar.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Today we say farewell to someone who has served this council for almost 40 years. Long enough to see Oldham change, government change, technology change, though Howard himself thankfully stayed more consistent than most of the hairstyle we saw in the 80s. Since I arrived in 1994, Howard has been right there on the front benches. Yes, a Liberal Democrat and I am a Labour. On paper, we should be arguing every day. But in reality, we got on brilliantly. Some days we agreed with each other more than my own group. That's Howard. He brings people together, even though the politics says otherwise. Over the years, he didn't just lead his group here in Oldham. He represented them at the highest level nationally through the Local Government Association. Howard made sure Oldham's voice was heard far beyond this chamber. And he did it with confidence, clarity, and the trademark Sykes determination. In recent years, Howard showed a real cooperation by working with us on council tax to protect vital services. I think that was really important, Mr. Mayor. That wasn't just about party colours, that was about doing the right thing for the residents of Oldham. Howard, thank you for everything you have given to this borough, for the years, the energy, the arguments, the wisdom, and the laughs. You've left a mark on Oldham that won't fade anytime soon. This chamber will feel different without you, quieter, calmer, and with far fewer point of orders, but only because you have been such a big part of its life for so long. Enjoy your retirement. Howard, thank you for everything you've done, and you earned every minute of your retirement. I hope you and your family will have a very enjoyable retirement. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Arnott. Would you like to speak?
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I'll be brief. I've known Councillor Sykes for around 5 years, but known of him for much longer. We have not always agreed on everything, but where we have disagreed, we have managed to do so without being disagreeable. I've asked Councillor Sykes for advice on several occasions, and every time it has been given willingly and freely. I must admit that I've not always taken it, but I do appreciate it being given. People often say that you don't realise what you've got until it's gone. And during the fallout, which will surely follow the local elections in May, we will miss Howard's experience, wisdom and pragmatic approach. Councillor Sykes' decision to stand down after a long and distinguished career will be a loss to this council and to civic life in the borough. Christine and I would like to add our own personal best wishes on your retirement, which has very definitely been earned by any measure. Thank you, Mr Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Harkness.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. So after nearly 40 years, Howard Sykes MBE standing down from this council, he's done so much for this borough and so much for Shaw. He was leader of the council for 3 years between 2008 and 11, where he sort of helped sort out the finances and bring the Metrolink to Oldham. And he's been the opposition leader for many, many years. I'm not going to go through everything he's done because obviously we'll be here all night. He's always been a very constructive friend to the administrations. He provides exceptional scrutiny and challenge. Howard has always been trying to raise standards in this council in many ways. Howard has high standards and always holds people to account. He's done so much for the Liberal Democrats and is known and respected across the country. He's taken up many national positions in the local government association, including leader of the Liberal Democrats in the local government association. Also, he was at one time he was chief executive of the Association of Liberal Democrat Councillors. So he is a man of integrity. Unfortunately, when there is someone with the qualities and integrity as Howard, some toxic people will try, with less qualities and integrity, do try to put you down. But Howard is straight talking, he's hard working, and you always know where you stand with him. He's one of the most caring people you will ever meet. So I want to tell you a couple of little stories. So one of our a former mayor and Liberal Democrat, my former ward colleague, Councillor Derek Heffernan, at his funeral, Howard was very ill. He went to Derek's funeral and stood and spoke brilliantly, and then took himself to A&E, and then spent quite a lot of time in hospital. That is Howard Sykes, always thinking of other people. He's given me advice. So a few years ago, I was suffering badly with my mental health, and Howard was very supportive. He gave me lots of advice and was invaluable for me. He won't realise that advice was how important that was in helping me get through those things. He's given me lots of advice and support and the offloading that I needed to enable me to improve my mental health. Howard would know how important that was. Howard, of course, has given me lots of support and advice in my role as a councillor. Lots of advice of navigating the workload, how to deal with different things. He is genuinely the best boss I've ever had. He keeps you on your toes, bollocks you when you need to be, but he always goes above and beyond. He's dedicated and scrutiny is exceptional. He keeps pushing and is a font of knowledge. Much of it is in his head, and much of it is in the cupboards in his papers. He has papers from years back, and you know, when officers say, "Oh, we're not sure about that," Howard will give them an answer and point out from many years ago where the answer is. So he's a man of integrity. Boss, we really hope you have a happy retirement. You will be truly missed on this council. You deserve a happy retirement. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Councilor Hobin, would you like to speak?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I will keep this very brief. I would like to personally thank you, Howard, for all that you've done at the council. You've always been very polite. And in meetings outside of this, in meetings outside of full council, I've always found it quite good that we've been able to tap into, as Max has said, your wealth of knowledge. I don't know who now, because in every meeting that we've been in, I think you've picked up on some little peculiarity or little process that we've missed. And I don't know who now will take that mantle forward in their meetings and make sure that we're on the straight and narrow with the constitutional affairs that we deal with. So I thank you for that, Howard, and I wish you a happy and healthy retirement. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Akhtar.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Howard, a lot has been said, but you are actually a legend. Representing Shaw for decades, you've been a force to be reckoned with, and I mean that in the best way. Your passion for Oldham's success knows no bounds, and despite our differences, it's been a privilege to cross paths with you and to work with you. Your larger-than-life personality has left an incredible mark on this council and this chamber. Your commitment to Oldham has been second to none. You have always wanted the best for Oldham, and you've never made politics personal to anyone. The Lib Dem group won't be the same without you, and I wish you all the best and a happy retirement. And the front sort of row won't be the same without you as well, Howard. When we look over there, we'll miss you. Thank you.
Thank you for all those words. Going to ask Councillor Sykes if you'd like to say a few words in response. We'd just like to say I did meet Councillor Sykes in the lift on the way up, and he did assure me that in the future he'll be watching every single council meeting online.
Mr Mayor, it wouldn't be appropriate to say you might not quite be telling the truth, would it, in terms of that? Can I just thank the speakers, Councillor Shag for Woodvine, Jabbar, Councillor Arnott, Councillor Harkness, Councillor Hobin and Schwab, for your very kind words. The people I particularly want to thank is the people of Shaw. That has been an absolute honour and privilege to represent, fight for, campaign for, battle for, champion and make sure their voices are heard. You've said all them nice things. I'm tempted to change my mind. No, I'm not going to change my mind, I can assure you. And just before people just say retirement, I'll still be a town councillor. I've still got my other job. So it's what I call a phased retirement. This, I'm not packing up. And anybody else who asks me, have you got more spare time, Howard, now? Could you just do this or that or the other? The answer's no. Because that's what I've promised my family at home. So thank you very much. I will miss this. There's aspects of it I won't miss. And believe it or not, in 40 years, the least favourite bit, and I've told some people this, is this bit in the council chamber. It's the bit I like the least. It still get butterflies in my stomach, as I did on the first day I walked in here, whereas I think the real work is done elsewhere, in your communities, with people, in meetings, in conversations with people. And I'd urge everybody else to take that, or think about that it's not what goes on in this chamber, actually. It's what goes on elsewhere. I'd like to thank officers I've worked with over the years as well. I'm not so sure they'll thank me on occasions because we've had our moments, but that's how it should be. So thank you again for all your comments. I really appreciate it. And I'll shut up now, as I said I would, Mr Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Sykes. Now we'll move on to Councillor Bashforth, who is not with us tonight, but I do wish her all the best. And could I invite Councillor Shah to speak?
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I'd like to take a moment to thank Councillor Bashforth for her service to Oldham Council and to the residents she's represented over the last 13 years as a Labour councillor. Public service is never easy and it often goes unseen, like I've said before, but it matters deeply. Marie has given time, energy and her commitment to representing her community, and that dedication deserves to be recognised. On behalf of colleagues across the council, I want to say thank you for that contribution and to wish both Marie and Steve all the very best for the future. Thank you, Mr Mayor.
Councillor Williamson, would you like to speak?
Oh, it's been Michael. Yeah. Thank you, Mr Mayor. I first met Marie at Royton and Crompton School in about 2001 when I served on the Board of Governors for 12 years, developing a strong working relationship with her. Other key figures on the board included Phil Harrison, Anne Wingate and Bernard Judge, all of whom later took prominent civic roles. For example, the Mayor of Oldham and the Chairman of Shaw and Crampton Parish Council. Marie served as a secretary to the governors and played a significant behind-the-scenes role in the governance of the governing body. At one stage, probably a few years into my service as a governor, I considered entering politics during this time and ultimately joined the Liberal Democrats. But I did waver, and I have to acknowledge that Marie's influence was so strong that I think if she'd have asked me to join the Labour Party at that time, I would seriously have considered it because I respected her that much. But we are where we are. Over time, our relationship drifted due to differing political views and broader political dynamics. I must express my deep gratitude to Marie for her continued advocacy for Royton South, a community I once lived in and represented. Marie and her husband have recently faced challenges. These challenges stem not from Marie or her actions, but from party politics within the community. I am disappointed that Marie has been asked not to stand in Royton South, and I know that she was extremely upset about the decision. She will be a great loss for the community. I want to thank Marie for her service to the community and her party. I wish you all the best, Marie, from the Liberal Democrats and myself. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Would any other members like to say a few words? Okay. Moving on to Councillor Lancaster. Could I invite Councillor Woodbine to speak on Councillor Lancaster?
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I rise to thank Councillor Lancaster for his service to the Metropolitan Borough of Oldham and of course the residents of Saddleworth North who have elected him twice and who are losing a hard-working, dedicated and stalwart representative. They do say in life that you should try everything at least once, and that's what Luke has done with local government. After half a decade, and that's enough for anybody, of serving on Oldham Council, Luke has made the informed decision to stand down as a result of his increasing professional and personal commitments, including the birth of his beautiful daughter, Felicity Alexandra, who is here somewhere tonight. During his time on this council, he's been the Deputy Leader of the Opposition, a Shadow Cabinet member, sat on several committees and always made sound, sensible, measured and meaningful contributions during debate at full council. These have been wide-ranging and always relevant. Involved in the community since childhood, he has carried that focus and selflessness into holding elected office. He's been a true champion for Saddleworth. He has always worked tirelessly and is always on top of the issues. In fact, you all have something to thank Luke for, and that's me. He inspired me into politics, and in 2019 we made history as the youngest parish councillors Saddleworth had ever had. And we have worked together well since, seeing us win subsequent elections, with Luke gaining Saddleworth North in 2021. Sorry, Garth. Luke has been the best of friends to me, and we have a strong bond built on our many shared interests, our conservative values, our Catholic faith, and not least our love for Saddleworth. We have become known for being a double act, but that teamwork has served us well. So much so, many residents have indeed mixed us up over the years. It's always been easy to clarify. Max is the tall one, Luke is the small one. Politics does present many challenges, but in the case of Luke, it's presented me with an immeasurable net positive. From writing CVs to preparing for interviews, Luke has always supported my personal progress too, without question. Though I have also taught him some valuable stuff. After all, I did teach him how to pour a pint. All important life skills. However, we obviously did make an impact on the local political scene and often invoked emotion from our opponents, good and bad. One former council leader, who I still see in the White Hart, in a rather praising way affectionately called us two peas in a pod. Another more petulant former council leader, I'm sure you all know who I'm referring to, felt it necessary to send a letter to the parish council condemning us for walking on Marsden Moor during COVID. We have persevered, and giving public service has been our priority. We have whiled away many a happy hour and made some memories along the way, from almost setting alight Upper Mill Conservative Club during our Platinum Jubilee beacon lighting. Turns out an explosive gas bottle, metres of plastic bunting and flammable flags are not a good combination, Mr Mayor. Jumping in the River Tame to run the duck race on Yorkshire Day and featuring on well dressings as a result, to subjecting Luke to Diana Ross on repeating my car while on the campaign trail. He enjoyed it really and picked up the dance very quickly. A respected councillor, Luke has delivered lots for his residents and always supported residents to positive effect and completed many special projects, leading in signing Saddleworth Parish Council up to the Armed Forces Covenant, playing a pivotal role in the restoration of Saddleworth's Victorian milestones, naming a Saddleworth green space in honour of Her late Majesty Queen Elizabeth II on the occasion of her Platinum Jubilee, mapping and waymarking a 16-mile circular walk around the ancient 4 meres of Saddleworth, securing a preservation order on trees planted by my great-great-uncle Tom Kelly in Ostlands Village, dropping curbs in Delft Conservation Area to support the aged and those with disabilities, finally seeing the creation...
Move extension, Mr Mayor.
Thank you.
If you know, you know. And despite the threshold often being a fatality, and thus threatening to sacrifice me to achieve them, he has delivered many highway safety measures across the Saddleworth North villages he has represented. Luke, soon our double act will come to an end. Serving Saddleworth won't be the same without you. I will miss campaigning in local elections with you on those early mornings, long lunch hours and those late evenings in spring. However, I look forward to our continuing friendship, watching Felicity grow up, more moorland walks, pub visits, pints of Timothy Taylor's, and repaying the unwavering support you have given to me over many years. Thank you.
Could I invite Councillor Shah to speak?
Thank you, Mr Mayor. On behalf of the entire Labour group and the council, I want to offer our heartfelt thanks and very best wishes to Luke as he stands down. Luke, I think everybody would agree that you're far too young to associate the term retirement with you. And I think many of us quietly suspect that you will hopefully at some point rejoin this chamber in due course or whenever you feel appropriate. But you've always, I have to feel really strongly about this actually, Mr Mayor, when I say this. I feel like Councillor Lancaster has always, in every contribution he's made, always carried himself in absolutely the right way that anyone in this chamber should. And it's not, unfortunately, the case for members of this council. And actually, in some instances, when he's presented a challenge, he's done it with so much respect and so much purpose that I'm so grateful for. But there's been often times that in that contribution and in that challenge, I've somehow wondered whether it was, you know, constructive or not. But actually, he'd left me baffled and questioning whether, because it was just always so polite. He's just so well-spoken. He has the best manners. He's impeccable in those manners. And I think it speaks a lot to how he's been raised. And I know his family are here, but they've got everything to be grateful for. He's been an absolute gentleman in the way he's conducted himself. I'm really, truly grateful for that. And I also want to say that I actually admire the reasons behind his decision. I think choosing to step back so that you can spend time with your young family, it's not just understandable, no matter how disheartened Max is. I think it's actually admirable. And I hope that both you and your family who are here today, I hope you're able to enjoy this next chapter together, because I think you've absolutely earned that time. And I think it's testament to who you are that we're all stood here making contributions to you. Thank you so much for conducting yourself in the way that you have. I'm truly grateful. And I wish you all the best.
Thank you. Councillor Sheldon.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I would like to thank Councillor Luke Lancaster for his work on the council and community, in particular Saddleworth North. I first met Luke when he was canvassing and became elected onto this council, welcoming him into the Conservative group. Luke was a great asset to the Conservative team and became my deputy leader for a while. He has always been well prepared, enthusiastic, and shown total respect and understanding to those he has worked with. It is my hope that those who follow may take a leaf out of Luke's book, and maybe this council will be able to work together for the betterment of the borough. May I wish you and your family good health and happiness. Thank you, Luke.
Thank you. Councillor Charters.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The leader actually took a lot of the stuff I was going to say about how Luke's always been very polite, very well spoken, and just very lovely in meetings, even when he's telling you that you're wrong. It's always done in the nicest possible way that you sort of doubt if you are wrong or not. I think for me, when I first stood for the council, I stood in Saddleworth North, not against Luke, but obviously ran into him a few times, and again was just always overtaken by how polite he was to someone who fundamentally I know he disagrees with, but I've always felt that Luke's been, like so many people in this chamber, puts Oldham before, and well, puts Saddleworth before Oldham and puts Oldham before party politics. I think Councillor Sykes actually earlier when he was talking about Phil Wallace made a point that I think I would agree with, which is that Luke's always been the sort of person I think outside of this chamber I could be friends with, I could go for a pint with, and I hope that when he's got some free time, I'm always up for a pint. And more importantly, I hope you found someone in your group to look after Max, because I'm going to miss you as a double act. We'll look after him if we need to. Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Bishop.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Garth and I drew straws for this, and I ended up with you, and because we both wanted to speak about Howard, but he would only allow one of us. So some of this, Garth actually gave me some of the stuff that he'd written. So this is a little bit of a. You'll probably pick out which bits are mine and which bits are Garth's. When you look at mixed party wards across the borough, there's often a lot of tension and challenging working relationships, and Luke demonstrates how cross-party working should be done and uses his strong interpersonal skills to effect change. That's a personal joke. He has integrity, and where there are common objectives, he's always tried to work together with fellow Saddleworth councillors, regardless of party. And I know this can confuse people, as unfortunately it doesn't seem to be the norm in politics these days, and sadly not in our borough of recent years. But where Luke does disagree with you on something, he always does so, as so many others have said, he does so professionally, and it never gets personal. He sticks to his beliefs, but he never gets nasty. He might be young, but there are a lot of people who could learn a lot from Luke about how to work with others. Luke's easy to engage with about Saddleworth-related issues, always makes sensible and pragmatic points. In Saddleworth, sometimes the Liberal Democrats have been successful, sometimes it's been the Conservatives. But regardless of the results, he's always polite and dignified and acts professionally. He's been an engaged and hard-working councillor, and it was also an engaged and hard-working Saddleworth Parish councillor, and brought some sort of fresh life to the parish council. So we thank him for that as well. Cross-party working relationships can sometimes be challenged, but Luke's always done it in the right way. And I'd just like to, and I know all of our group would like to wish him and his young family all the very best for the future. It's been a pleasure working with you. It's been a pleasure working with you. Obviously, with the exception of when you've been plotting my downfall. But like others, I would at some point like to see you back in Oldham politics, and thank you from myself for some of the top tier banter, which I shall miss, and don't worry, I'll look after Max.
Thank you. Councillor Hobin.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Very brief from me, Luke. I do wish you and your family the very best for whatever you're doing. I don't think I've ever met a more polite young man. With every meeting that we've been in, you've been, and possibly in this room, you're the politest person. Even when you're putting a dagger in somebody, it seems to be the politest way of doing it. So yes, I do wish you all the best. It was quite something when Max was speaking, and I'm sure as everybody said, we will look after him. It was like the separation of Morecambe and Wise, or some great esteemed duo like that. But yes, I'm sure we will all keep an eye on Max, and maybe somebody. Oh, he doesn't have to now. He doesn't have to discover how to pay for his car parking, does he? When you come to meetings. But yes, I wish you the very best, Luke. Thank you.
Thank you. I understand Councillor Lancaster would like to say a few words. Well, I'd just like to say, wish you all the best. Did manage to spend a few minutes with your family prior to this meeting, and do enjoy your family life in the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr Mayor, and thank you for hosting us before the meeting started. It was much appreciated. I would first like to record my best wishes to Councillors Dean, Sykes and Bashforth, all of whom have represented their residents for long periods, to say the least. Their public service has been commendable, and I hope they enjoy happy retirements. As for the warm and generous tributes which have been given to me, I am genuinely touched. Thank you kindly. We should do civility more often in this chamber. It turns out that we are rather good at it when we try. Of course, I am particularly grateful to my good friend and close colleague, Councillor Woodvine, with whom I've enjoyed the pleasure of working together on many election campaigns and community projects. I will always reflect fondly on our political partnership and continue to support his superb efforts from the sideline. I would like to express my appreciation to fellow elected members for their friendly engagement over the past 5 years, particularly my brilliant ward colleague throughout, Councillor Byrne, indeed Conservative group colleagues of past and present, my other ward councillor, Councillor Harkness, and many council officers for their helpful collaboration too. It has been a high honour to serve Saddleworth in local government office, firstly on the parish council and subsequently on this borough council. I hope to have left some small positive legacy across our proud villages. That would be a great reward to treasure forever. I reserve my final thanks to my family, many of whom have joined me here this evening. They have only ever been supportive since I started in local politics, whether that be in driving me to rural farmhouses to deliver literature, taking photographs for Facebook posts, or plating up meals to eat after late meeting finishes. A huge thank you to them all. And before I end, I wanted to note that this is not my last speech. I have a few more intended contributions tonight, which I hope you will facilitate, Mr Mayor. Thank you very much.
Thank you. There are no petitions to consider under item 6. Therefore, we'll move on to item 7, which is the Youth Council motion on opposing the social media ban. We have up to 20 minutes to consider the motion from the Youth Council. Could I welcome Hassan Ghafoor and Asad Ranjar from the Youth Council and invite you both to the dais to present your motion.
Thank you, Mr Mayor and Councillors. My name is Youth Councillor Hassan Ghafoor and I represent Oldham South.
And my name is Asad Ranjar and I am Youth Councillor for West Oldham.
In January 2026, the House of Lords voted in favour of an amendment to the Children's Wellbeing and Schools Bill. The amendment sought to introduce a total ban on social media for children under the age of 16, requiring platforms to implement highly effective age assurance measures.
On the 9th of March, in the final stages of the bill's passage through the Commons, the government formally addressed the proposed amendment for a total blanket ban on social media for under 16s. While the immediate universal ban was ultimately voted down in favour of a more evidence-based approach, we at Oldham Youth Council worry that the government's commitment may lead to introducing significant statutory limitations instead, which could be used to restrict internet access to under 18s.
When cars were invented and got faster, we realised car crashes are very dangerous, but we didn't ban children from being in cars. We made them safer with seatbelts, anti-roll bars, airbags and other safety measures. Social media wasn't created by young people, but it's the world that we have grown up in and much of everyday life is linked to it. We didn't create this monster, but statutory limitation is just a ban by another name and would potentially see us punished for it, even though the majority of young people use it responsibly and safely.
For most of us, the internet is not a hobby, it is our infrastructure. Limitations of social media access ignores the reality of modern life. According to Ofcom's 2024 Media Use and Attitudes Report, 97% of children aged 12 to 15 already own a smartphone. We are already in that space. know how to navigate around barriers. Proposing a ban now is like trying to put the toothpaste back in the tube. It won't work and it will likely create a bigger mess.
Concerns we feel should be addressed and considered through this bill are as follows. A potential digital black market. If you limit mainstream regulated platforms, young people will not simply stop going online. They will migrate to unregulated, encrypted or dark spaces where adult oversight is non-existent. Ofcom already notes that 32% of 8 to 17-year-olds have seen content that is worrying or nasty. By forcing them onto platforms that bypass UK safety standards via VPNs, we aren't protecting them. We are making them invisible to the very safeguards we've spent years building.
Secondly, the educational divide. The narrative that social media is purely a distraction is outdated. Ofcom reports that 80% of 12 to 17-year-olds use social media for school and homework assistance, while 52% use it to learn new skills. For those with neurodivergent learning styles, platforms such as YouTube and TikTok are often their primary learning supports. To cut this off is to intentionally widen the attainment gap.
The third concern is the silencing of marginalised voices. For many, the sanitisation of the internet is a threat to their identity. Research by the Trevor Project and UK-based youth charities consistently shows that LGBTQ+ young people are significantly more likely to seek support online than their peers. For a young person in a rural or unsupportive environment, a peer-led support group on social media isn't screen time, it's a lifeline.
Our own youth mayor was able to put a question to the Prime Minister about this legislation, and he informed that the government is currently consulting with young people along with parents and other adults who work with young people. We as a youth council have been able to complete the survey, but numbers and statistics don't always show a true picture. While the Prime Minister did say consultation will happen with focus groups, this seemed to be with large youth organisations and not the young people it will affect most.
We understand that there are dangers relating to young people accessing social media, and we want our government to safeguard young people. However, we feel strict limitations and unclear regulations will not safeguard young people, but rather drive them to find ways around access to the applications and put themselves more at risk. We want those in power to make this decision with us rather than for us.
We therefore propose that Council resolves to ask the Chief Executive to write to the Prime Minister, the Minister for Children and Families and his team who are carrying out the consultation, to invite them to visit Oldham during the current national consultation period. We would happily host a dedicated consultation session with young people from across Oldham with the aim of allowing those young people to voice their specific concerns regarding the proposed social media regulations.
We also propose that all school heads are written to, asking them to support young people's engagement in the current consultation survey, and that the Oldham Council promote the consultation to young people, parents and carers, and all professionals who work with young people. We would hope that this ensures that Oldham provides a diverse young people's voice reflected in the final legislative framework. Thank you.
I call upon Councillor Mushtaq to move and Councillor Bishop to second the Youth Council motion. Councillor Mushtaq.
Thank you, Mr Mayor, and thank you, lads, and really well done. It's difficult coming here and doing that, and even more difficult when your old man's watching, so really well done. Thank you for bringing what is a very interesting and prescient motion. I'm pleased to see the approach you have taken, which isn't a binary one, although the title of the motion might suggest that it is. We need to ensure we make decisions based not just on emotion, rather with clarity of thought, with due consideration to unintended consequences. Colleagues might argue that unintended consequences are exactly that, and you've touched on some of that. However, the motion talks about some potential consequences, and there is a model in Australia which we can look at, although it is in its infancy. Mr Mayor, like others in the chamber, I grew up in a world without social media. We played out, we climbed walls and trees, played sport and rode our bikes. On TV, we'd watch the 4, then the 5 terrestrial TV channels. We'd go out to school library or the library in this building if we needed information on anything. My mindset was shaped, has been shaped by my upbringing.
and the environment I grew up in. That applies to all of us. It applies to you. If I have adapted to changes in technology over the years. I now use social media, but I wasn't raised with it or by it, unlike you guys, and we do appreciate that. Child or young person voice wasn't a thing when I was growing up. It is now. We need the input of our young people. We need to listen to them, but we also need to listen, advise and guide them. My message is the same to you, the young people. Please do also listen to us old fogies, as we have lived with and without social media. And I feel this is going to be one of those issues in which whatever is decided upon, there will be disagreement, displeasure and possibly disharmony. The consultation is asking both young people and parents, carers and other responsible adults to have an input. We will be supporting the motion as I agree with what you're asking for. It would be great to have the Prime Minister, the Minister for Children and Families along with his team to come and hear from people like you directly. And I know, listening to people like yourselves, it will help shape his view after he spent some time with people like you in Oldham. I'm also happy for us to write to all school heads and our own services asking them to support young people's engagement in the consultation survey, as well as parents, carers and all professionals who work with young people. I encourage the young and older generation to take an open-minded approach to their discussions. By doing so, we will reach an outcome that will protect our children and provide the sense of security every parent, carer, guardian and any other responsible adult needs in raising their children. Thanks again for bringing it to us, and on your delivery, I support the motion.
Thank you. A slight change. I call on Councillor Harkness to second the motion.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Apologies for that. So I think we all have to agree that things do need to change on social media. And I think at a recent council meeting, another brilliant motion from the Youth Council was brought around mental health. And we heard from many people in this chamber about the effects of mental health. The effects of bullying and toxicity from social media can have a highly negative effect on your mental health. I've seen the effects on young people and adults alike in my roles at school, and obviously we also see there is bullying, misinformation and the spreading of lies. It can be a source of negative body image, hatred, misogyny, racism, extremism and intolerance. Many young people use social media, however, for friendships far and wide, finding like-minded people, finding their tribe, finding people in other countries. There clearly needs to be more regulation of tech companies, though, to take action and to protect young people from harmful content, rather than just letting harmful content from roaming free. Addictive algorithms and algorithms that keep pushing the negative content having a negative impact on mental health. A blanket ban cannot work in this digital age. That will, as was mentioned earlier, this will disproportionately impact LGBTQ+ youth, disabled, young people and those in rural communities who rely on digital spaces for services, friendship and opportunities unavailable locally. A consultation with young people and work at a new standard of age-appropriate online safety, like the offline world, alongside stricter privacy settings and better regulation and enforceable standards are needed rather than a ban. We do, the Liberal Democrat Group, support this motion. Thank you, Mr Mayor.
Thank you. We have received an amendment to this motion. Can I invite Councillor Hobin to move and Councillor Gafford to second the amendment?
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Mr Mayor, I rise to move this amendment today, and partly probably because Councillor Gafford chickened out for moving an amendment to your motion. But let me start by saying that the Oldham Group support the young people who are bringing this motion forward. And it's important to note that they're not denying the online risks. They are making the sensible point that a blanket ban is not the same thing as safeguarding. The motion itself warns that a ban could push young people into less visible and less regulated spaces, reduce adult oversight damage learning and hit vulnerable groups who rely on online support. That is a serious case, and it deserves to be heard. My amendment simply says that Oldham cannot stop at simply writing letters. If we care about safeguarding, then we should also look at what is happening here in Oldham. What support exists for parents, what digital resilience work is being done, and what more we need to do locally regarding online harms and exploitation risks. If we care enough to write to government, we should care enough to review our own local response. This is not a hostile amendment. It strengthens the motion. It turns concern into action. That is the value we try to bring as councillors. We do not just comment motions, we try to improve them. I ask members to support both the Youth Council motion and the amendment. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Gafoor.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I want to begin by saying that when I first approached this motion, I was prepared to oppose it. As a father, my instinct was simple: to protect. I genuinely believe that social media can be addictive, harmful, and at times unsafe for children under 16. However, having taken the time to properly read and reflect and now listen to Youth Councillor Gafoor on the motion brought forward by this Youth Council, I have reconsidered my position. The reality is social media is not going away. Simply banning it does not remove the risks. It may, in fact, push young people towards unregulated spaces where there is less oversight, less protection and greater danger. We've seen this pattern before in other areas. When something is restricted without education or safeguards, it often becomes harder to manage, not easier. What this motion recognises, and the amendment recognises, and what I now agree with, is that the answer is not to bury our heads in the sand, but to face the issue head on. We must focus on making the online world safer, not by pretending it doesn't exist. That is why I am supporting the motion today, and the Oldham Group is, and the amendment. And importantly, our amendment strengthens it. By requesting a report on online safety, digital resilience, exploitation risks and support for parents and carers, we are ensuring that this council takes a proactive and responsible approach. This is about equipping young people, families and professionals with the tools and knowledge they need to stay safe. Now, if I may, I want to say something on a more personal note. This motion is being presented by my son, a youth councillor, and I have to say I am incredibly proud of him, not just for standing here today, but having the confidence to step forward with conviction from his own views and represent the young people of Oldham. He's no longer standing in my shadow, he's creating his own path. Even though I told him I wasn't going to vote for this motion today and the Oldham Group will vote against it. That said, let me be absolutely clear, son. Despite all of this, as your father, my rules still apply. So unfortunately for you, son, no social media until after your GCSEs, and only if you do well. Colleagues, the Oldham Group will be supporting this motion and the amendment. Thank you.
Sorry, can any member wish to speak on the amendment? No. Councillor Mushtaq, you have a right to reply.
Thank you. Thank you for all the points raised, and I'd like to thank you both for bringing the motion. In the spirit in which you've brought the amendment, thank you for that. And the points, I think, all the points raised highlights what I said in my speech, which is that we need to hear from the young people and the adults and get to the nitty-gritty of some of the things that we're talking about and some of the positive suggestions. But I do think these are two separate things. So I think we can support the motion as it is, whilst taking the report around the online safety bill, which is, I think, what you're talking about, to scrutiny. So you can probably take that to the forward plan and add it as an agenda item and have that discussion, rightly so, because we do need to know what is happening already with that online security bill. So I do think that the two things are separate. So my suggestion would be that you take that to scrutiny, as you have suggested, and that we support the motion as it is, so that we can get this these letters written, get the schools involved and the parents and everyone else so that we can proceed, because the consultation is also time limited. So that's my suggestion. Thank you for bringing it and thank you for your contributions.
Councillor Hobin.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Mayor, this amendment does not cut across the Youth Council motion. It strengthens it. If members tonight are saying that they care about online harm, digital resilience and young people's safety, then I struggle to see why anyone would object to a report on what Oldham itself is doing and what more it should do.
Mr. Mayor, sorry, point of clarification. So I'm not rejecting the report. I accept it and I think it's a good idea, and I think taking it to scrutiny is a good idea. I just think the two things are separate. So I agree and promote what you're saying and suggest that we do that. So I didn't say we should.
All right, well, clarifying that, Councillor Mushtaq, because I don't think that they are two separate things. I think they go hand in hand because it's fine writing letters and having consultations, but at the same time, it would be quite reassuring in the same motion or amended motion to also say that we're not taking an eye off the ball. We are doing something. So if we can encourage or demonstrate that we are doing something locally as well, that would be helpful. Thank you very much.
Okay. Time is pressing on, so we do need to move to the vote. Can we vote on the amendment? Please can members use the electronic voting to cast your vote on the amendment. As I said, you have 20 seconds to cast your vote, and when I announce that the voting is closed, there will be no further voting and you will not be able to change your vote. Voting is closed. The amendment is lost. Thank you. We will need to move straight on to the vote for the motion. The amendment is lost, so that will move on to move back to the original motion. We have no time for debate on this, so we need to go to the vote. Again, can members cast their electronic voting to cast their vote on the motion? 20 seconds as usual, and the time starts. It started. Oops. Quick, I nearly missed mine then. So the motion is carried. Could I thank Hassan and Assad for presenting the motion from the Youth Council? Just to say, I've met Assad before, just to show how proactive they are. Last time I met Assad was at a Youth Council meeting about vaping. And they were going to bring a motion to council. And he approached me and said, can you speak to the head at Radcliffe and ask him to clamp down on vaping? Which I did. I approached the head and the head said, Assad's already been to see me. So I was just too late. So that's how proactive they are in doing what they do. So thank you. Just allow people to settle down, then we'll move on. Okay. We will now take item 8 on the agenda, public questions, for which we have 15 minutes. In line with the Council Procedure Rule 10, Council will consider questions submitted in the order they were received. The time allowed for public questions is a maximum 15 minutes. Once this time limit expires, no further questions will be asked. There is no right to reply to answers given. I will advise of the name of the questioner and I will read out the question and ask the relevant Cabinet member or their deputy to respond. Responses will be limited to a maximum of 2 minutes. If the time limit is expired and the questions remain outstanding, the questioner will receive a written response. The response will also be published in the Council's website shortly after the meeting. The first question is from John Watmo. Why has this food hub allotment been built without consultation with the residents, impacting on residents' home, pensioners in poor health, unable to access a boundary hedge, and fencing impacting privacy and adding stress? The council had a whole lot of space on the park to put this on, but chose to erect against a homeowner's property, blocking off green space promised as a privacy area many years ago by Councillor Peter Dean. I call upon Councillor Taylor, Deputy Leader and Cabinet Member for Neighbourhoods, to reply.
Thank you, Mr Mayor, and thank you for your question, Mr Watmore. So, the Food Growing Hub at Berriesfield Park is a community-led project designed to support residents, improve local well-being and encourage residents to grow their own food. It was publicised as part of the wider park improvement work, but we recognise that some residents wanted further opportunities to engage about the project. After issues were raised, officers met at the site on the 17th of February with representatives. Officers were asked whether the new fence could be moved further into the park. It was explained that this was not possible. However, to address the residents' concerns, the council will cut back the hedge to the boundary line, which will create additional space and make future maintenance easier. This proposal was supported. We have also looked into whether this area was ever formally designated as a privacy buffer, and we have found no record of such a designation. The Council is committed to supporting the resident and addressing any concerns, while also ensuring the Growing Hub continues to benefit the wider community. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Taylor. The next question is from Anna Roberts. 2026 is the National Year of Reading. Could the Cabinet Member report on activities in Oldham so far and outline what else is planned to get people reading across the borough? I call upon Councillor Mohan Ali, Cabinet Member for Education and Skills, to reply.
Thank you for your question, Hannah Roberts. We're using the National Year of Reading to amplify our amazing library reading offer, which includes events and activities for all ages, from theatre to baby groups and everything in between. We've also programmed extra events and activities to encourage people to get into reading. We got off to a flying start with the launch of our reading calendars in January. Residents can pick up a calendar in any library to read along with our monthly themes and get book recommendations from the library team. Our programme of book displays runs alongside the calendars to make it super easy to find a book. Our personal shopper for books, we launched our book selection appointments for anyone who is looking to get back into reading and would like some guidance. Tell us a bit about yourself and your reading tastes and habits, and we'll find the perfect book for you. The National Year of Reading events programs offer something for everyone, including authors events, World Book Night celebrations, the Summer Reading Challenges, Story First, and the Greater Manchester Festival of Libraries. More information is available on the Council's website about author events and the events coming soon, like the World Book Night, Story First, and the Summer Reading Challenge and the GM Festival of our Libraries. Thank you, Mr Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Ali. We have a question from Michael Powell. Oldham Council's response to reported potholes now states that defects assessed as a low priority will be monitored rather than repaired. Given that a reported and actionable defect can deteriorate rapidly, does the Council consider this approach sufficient to rely on Section 58 defence if damage or injury occurs? Is the Council concerned that delaying repairs could increase legal and safety risks? Additionally, in light of a recent government funding specifically allocated for potholes, can the Council explain whether this change in approach will result in fewer potholes being repaired overall? I call upon Councillor Chris Goodwin, the Cabinet Member for Transport and Highways, to reply.
Thank you, Mr Mayor, and thank you to Mr Powell for his question. We recognise residents' concerns regarding highway improvements, and that is why this Labour administration is committed to additional capital investment to improve the borough's roads network as part of the 26-27 budget. This is separate to national government funding that the Council receives, which, as we outlined at Budget Council this month, is around £16 million worth of highways improvements over the next 3 years. The impact of the additional investment will become clear in coming months when the weather improves, allowing works to begin. And the Council's highway safety inspection policy is based on regional and national guidance, following a risk-based approach where priorities are determined following inspections. Response times for reactive repairs range from 2 hours to 24 hours for emergency or urgent works, whereas defects have been assessed as having a low risk, may not have a job raised for repair, but will be monitored regularly and picked up as part of planned highway maintenance programme. Any deterioration detected by the monitoring will be treated as an urgent or emergency repair.
Thank you, Councillor Goodwin. We have a question from Samuel Hollis. Could the appropriate Cabinet member clarify the approved use at Clough Manor Hotel and what enforcement action the Council is taking to restrict activities to those uses? Local residents are very concerned about the damaging impact on the local environment, road safety and repeated attempts to expand using unsuitable for this site. I call upon Councillor Taylor, Deputy Leader and Cabinet Member for Neighbourhoods, to reply.
Thank you, Mr Mayor, and thank you for your question, Samuel. So I can confirm that the former Clough Manor Hotel, now known as the W Apartment Hotel, has an approved use as a hotel, which is classified C1. However, part of the building was granted permission for 6 residential apartments, which is a Class C3, last year. And so this permission can be implemented subject to the conditions on that permission being discharged. In terms of enforcement, a Section 215 notice was issued in August 2025 for the removal of the mounds of earth and reinstatement and reseeding of the field to the front. The notice has not been complied with so far, and so the Council are considering a prosecution related to this non-compliance. Thank you.
Thank you. Question from Shona Farnworth. The new £1 billion a year Crisis and Resilience Fund, CRF, launches in April 2026, replacing the Household Support Fund to provide multi-year local council-administered assistance for essentials including emergency cash for financial shocks. This long-term support targets vulnerable households with food, energy and cost of living help. When will this be available? In April? And to make sure the funds are also go to unpaid carers in Oldham. I call upon Councillor Jabbar to answer.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Thank you for your question, Shona. I can confirm that our £1 million crisis payment scheme as part of our Crisis and Resilience Fund offer will be live in April. Wherever possible and subject to the request information being provided, crisis payment will be fully assessed within 2 working days. This swift response means that we can support any resident, including unpaid carers, who experience a sudden financial shock to receive timely support. Unpaid carers who receive housing benefit or universal credit will also have the option to apply for a housing payment as part of Oldham Crisis and Resilience Fund. £500,000 has been set aside to support residents to meet shortfall in their housing cost. I'm pleased to share that this will also be available in April. Thank you, Mr Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Jabbar. A question from Roger Blackmore. Please, could a senior Oldham Council officer support local councillors who ask for an on-site meeting to review the effectiveness of traffic calming and pedestrian safety measures in the Station Road area of Uppermill? Residents have observed the frequency with which the 20-mile-an-hour limit has been ignored and are convinced it's only a matter of time before there are serious accidents to pedestrians, including visitors to the doctor's surgery. I call upon Councillor Goodwin, Cabinet Member for Transport and Highways, to reply.
Thank you, Mr Mayor, and thank you to Mr Blackmore for his question. Highway safety is a major priority for this administration, and this is something that we have continued to support, originally as part of the 20s Plenty motion that was agreed at full council, and subsequently through a range of additional safety improvements and traffic calming measures across the borough. The traffic calming and permanent 20-mile-an-hour speed limit for the Upper Mill area was consulted on in 2024. However, there was a general lack of support for the scheme from residents, and therefore the proposals didn't progress. Taking on board the feedback from the community, a redesigned scheme was consulted on, formally advertised, and now has been approved. The amended scheme introduces improvements to crossings within the village, including a new zebra crossing near the museum car park, and these works will be implemented in the coming year. Funding from the original scheme is still available. The council will liaise with the parish council and residents on the possibility of introducing further traffic calming measures on the side roads in Upper Mill, and details of these schemes will be shared in due course.
Thank you, Councillor Goodwin. A question from John Shelley. Whilst we are welcome that pauses in the closure of the Chatterton Park Day Centre, what happens now? All parties are now in limbo regarding this. Is there a timescale that MyOK / the council are working to, and what factors will affect the final decision? Will all stakeholders be advised of any decision in a more professional way compared to previous correspondence? I call upon Councillor Brownridge to reply.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So following the consultation, following the proposal to close this facility, a number of questions were raised, which MyOK are now considering. I understand they're hoping to report back on the 2nd of June, at which point whatever proposals they make in response to that consultation will be the subject of further discussion and consultation before any final decision is made. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Brownridge. Question from Luke Goss. Why does Oldham Council Planning / Transport not support the installation of the inflow EV chargers on streets and pavements outside of people's homes? These are chargers installed into the pavement for houses that don't have a driveway, so that residents can still own and charge their own EVs. They are flush to the ground and maintained by installation companies and paid for by residents. They are safe and cause no trip hazard. In a society where we are trying to encourage EVs and reduce air pollution, this makes no sense. I call upon Councillor Goodwin to reply.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you to Mr. Goss for his question. As all things EV charging, it's not straightforward as whether we support it or don't support it, but the council will be supporting the installation of cross-pavement EV charging channels, especially where residents do not have space for home charging points in their front yards, gardens or driveways. But this can only be done where the highway is suitable. There are a lot of parameters around allowing vehicle passage and the width of the road. But we are keen to ensure residents can make transition to electric vehicles if they wish to do so, and to benefit from the cheaper home charging rates. To support residents with improved access to EV charging, Oldham Council is working closely with the Greater Manchester Combined Authority to roll out the programme and expand EV chargers in areas where residents don't have access to off-street parking. This increase in public accessible EV charging is a priority for the City and the Council.
Thank you, and we have time for one more question, a question from Jeff Garner. Oldham Council has been approached by Network Rail in compiling a construction traffic management plan to address diversions in relation to the closure for several months of the A627 Oldham Road at Greenfield Station Bridge for the Transpennine upgrade. As the Council approached the emergency services to ensure that the diversions will not affect regulatory responses times during the months this main road will be closed, as the Council considered supporting the request for National Rail to a temporary rail bridge so that diversions will not be necessary and schools, businesses and residents' journeys will have a shorter delays. I call for Councillor Goodwin to reply.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you to Mr. Garner for his question. The TRU is a major national rail upgrade which sees Transpennine route electrified. The scheme will include works at a number of locations within the Saddleworth area, and one of the main areas of work will see the replacement of the A670 road bridge at Greenfield Station. One of the Council's first requests to Network Rail was to provide a temporary bridge during the replacement of the existing structure. However, the local topography and geometric layout of the highway network meant this was not possible. Network Rail, their design team and the contractors will work with Oldham Council and all the emergency service on the planning and implementation of diversion routes to minimise the impact on blue light services. This work is ongoing and details will be shared once agreed.
Thank you, Councillor Goodwin. We will now take item 9, questions to the Leader and Cabinet. 90 minutes for this item. There are 90 minutes set aside for this item in line with the Constitution. Each Cabinet member will have a maximum of 4 minutes to present their report, with a further 6 minutes for questions from non-executive members. If the full 4 minutes are not used, the Constitution is clear that 6 minutes is the only time permitted for questions, with no provision in the Constitution to extend. I will be taking the pre-submitted questions first and then from the floor if there is time available. As agreed previously amongst the group leaders, the two many opposition group leaders rotate who starts the questions to the Leader. For this meeting, Councillor Gafoor, Leader of the Oldham Group, will ask his questions first. Time permitting, Councillor Sykes, Leader of the Liberal Democrat Group, can then ask his questions, and then Councillor Woodbine can ask his questions. Could I invite Councillor Aroosh Shah, Leader of the Council and Cabinet Member for Grove, to present her report. This includes receiving the minutes of the meetings of the Cabinet, the table of urgent decisions and Greater Manchester Combined Authority as listed on the Council agenda. Councillor Shah.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Tonight's report once again shows that this Labour administration is delivering for Oldham. It's delivering investment, delivering regeneration, delivering homes and, crucially, delivering real support for residents at a time that they need it the most. And let's be very clear, this level of progress is happening because we have strong leadership, a clear plan and determination to build a better Oldham. Whilst the opposition spend their time posting fake outrage on social media, protesting everything because they stand for nothing, we're doing the hard work of improving this place. While others shout about problems, we're delivering solutions. And while others talk Oldham down, we're building Oldham up. Our regeneration programme is the most ambitious seen in Oldham in decades. The Oldham Mayoral Development Corporation is moving forward, unlocking new homes and new opportunities. The J.R. Kleins building is open and thriving, and I'm really excited that we're hosting the Combined Authority here this Friday, because I definitely believe that we've got the best council chamber across Greater Manchester. And this very week, the Loom and the Market open their doors, and Parliament Square will reopen, major, tangible signs of Oldham's renewal. These aren't press releases, Mr Mayor, or vanity projects, as some may claim. These are real, tangible schemes delivered by a Labour council that believes Oldham deserves investment, ambition and pride. And I say this directly to those who like to claim nothing ever changes. Just look around. It's changing because we're making it change. This year alone, we've secured almost £70 million of external funding for Oldham. That money didn't just fall out of the sky, Mr Mayor. It came because this administration has credibility, a track record and partners who want to invest in Oldham. Not chaos, not division, competence. Housing delivery is accelerating too. Hundreds of homes under construction and hundreds more coming through planning, with social and affordable housing at the very heart of it. Not wishful thinking, actual delivery. But Mr Mayor, I want to speak plainly about something even more important, supporting residents who are struggling. From the 1st of April, Oldham will receive over £5 million a year for 3 years through the Crisis and Resilience Fund. This will be a lifeline for our residents, and it comes at exactly the right time. It means families facing crisis will not be left alone. It means we can intervene early, prevent hardship and offer dignity where life has thrown someone off track. It means support with essentials, emergency payments and practical help during them moments that push households to breaking point. But it also means something deeper. We're not just supporting people in crisis, we're helping them build their resilience. We're helping them get out of debt, we're helping them stabilise their finances, and we're helping them move towards employment and towards opportunity. This is the difference a Labour administration and the group, a difference between the Labour administration and the groups opposite. We don't weaponise people's hardship for political gain or for profit, we tackle it. We don't point fingers, we take responsibility. We don't stand on the sidelines, we stand up and we step up. Across our communities, we continue to invest. £20 million regeneration plans advancing in Chadderton, £20 million shaping the future of Alt and Holts,
Partnership strengthening our northern routes and sports town. Tomorrow we'll be announcing the successful bids from our 4.5 million community regeneration partnership, which we're going to the voluntary community and faith organisations across Oldham. And no matter how many posts you see from opposition members taking credit for this money, the truth is that this Labour government is giving a Labour council the ability to invest in their communities, something we haven't seen in more than over a decade, thanks to austerity and thanks to the National, Tories and Lib Dem partnership. And residents are seeing real improvements in how they access council services. We are building a more confident, more resilient Oldham, one where outside investment is rising, opportunities are growing, and residents are starting to feel the difference in their everyday lives. So let me finish with this. Oldham is moving
Councillor
forward.
Shah. Thank you.
Moving extension.
No,
Oldham is moving forward.
No extensions.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Ghaffur, you have a question?
Thank you. We don't want to talk down Oldham, Councillor Shah. The Oldham Group, and I'm sure every councillor in this chamber is proud to be an Oldhamer, and that's why they're in this chamber. I'm not going to rise to the debate today, and I won't give you a response, and we'll let the people decide in May as who they want and what they want. So I'm going to go straight to my questions. Sorry? Beg your pardon? So, okay, that's fine. Thank you. Thank you for your permission. No, thank you for the permission for me to carry on. Thank you, Councillor Shah. Not that I need it. Anyway, Councillor Shah. Residents across Oldham continue to raise serious concerns about unsafe and inconsiderate parking, including double parking, vehicles blocking pavements. The issues are not only frustrating for residents, but they also pose genuine safety risks. In particular, in your own ward of St Mary's, this has become a significant problem. Streets are frequently obstructed, and there are growing concerns that emergency services could face delays in reaching those in urgent need due to poor parking provisions. Can you outline what this administration has done so far to address these ongoing issues, and what further action will be taken to ensure that our streets are safe, accessible, and do not put lives at risk?
I'd like to thank Councillor Ghaffur for his question, but absolutely the irony of the question that he's just posed to me. One of the more significant challenges we have in St Mary's, absolutely correct, inappropriate parking at most times of the day. But the reality is that St Mary's, my own ward, that you've taken great interest in, has had an issue since the 1990s. I'm really grateful, thanks to this administration, we issued a traffic assessment, which the results were declared and opened at a community meeting that both I and Councillor Aftab Hussain raised. And one of the significant challenges by the chair of the Oldham Group actually was his reflection in those meetings about parking right outside his shop. He stood in that meeting and he spoke about how it was such a pain, how he moves traffic along, how he's so frustrated with it. What Councillor Ghaffur has failed to mention in his question to me is that actually it's his members and his group that obstruct traffic on one of the main routes that goes through St Mary's. His campaign office is next door to the shop that the chair of the Oldham Group owns, and they continuously double park on a road that has double yellow lines on it all the way through. Now, there is photographic evidence before Councillor Ghaffur says that that's something that I've just magicked up. The one thing that I can say with conviction is that I always speak my truth to power. So whilst we address the wider issues of traffic assessment, because I couldn't agree more, I would make a personal plea to the leader of Oldham Group to convey that message to himself, his group, his campaigners, his supporters, and the chair of Oldham Group to please take some responsibility. You will know, and as I reflected in the meeting that the chair of the Oldham Group was at, that my mum had a hospital appointment at Salmon Fields. She nearly missed that hospital appointment. The chair of the Oldham Group parked in the middle of the road and refused to move whilst he was just having a conversation with somebody in a sidecar. I stood there, waited with patience, and actually when it got to the point that my mum was going to actually miss her appointment, I had to get out of the car and make a scene and say, like, look, please, can you move? We've got an appointment to go to. Please, can we take great care and responsibility, because sometimes there could be somebody in a rush. The traffic assessment will take place. We're going to undertake a public consultation as in line with the process. But I do wish that when people come in this chamber, they do with authenticity, with sincerity, and not to make political points just based on a traffic assessment that he doesn't agree with because it weren't a part of. They continuously obstruct, and I'm not the only person who can give testament to that. It is a wide known issue. So the one thing that I would do is make a plea to say park responsibly, responsibly, and I will absolutely support the concerns that you've raised, but you can't raise something if you're part of the problem yourself. Thank you, Mr Mayor.
Again,
Councillor Gafford, just 1 minute.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. Just for all sides, please do not have arguments across the chamber. The one just now, both you and Councillor Shah were talking to each other and not talking to... You did right at the beginning of that, so all sides, please. No, it's okay. Thank you. Could Councillor Gafford, have you got a second question?
Again, yeah, sorry, I'm not going to rise to the bait. I could quite easily respond to that, but, it's up to the administration to make provision within those areas and also get enforcement out in those areas to make sure that people don't park the way that they do. But unfortunately, there's no enforcement going on in St Mary's. Anyway, you talked... Sorry, yes, there is a second question. You talked about the opposition not taking, talking down Oldham. Since 2019, you talked about vanity projects. Since 2019, over £1 billion has been spent on the town centre. Yet the town centre has moved from 19th to 11th of the most deprived towns in the country. Councillor Shah, this is not the Oldham Group saying it, this is not the Liberal Democrats saying it, this is not the Conservatives saying it, this is an independent survey that's saying it. I want to ask the question, are you proud of this record? And do you actually have any meaningful plans going forward? Actually, does it even matter after May?
Hey, Councillor Shah, you have 30 seconds.
Well, I thought the question was from the leader of the Oldham Group. Clearly, he's a self-proclaimed spokesman for all of the opposition. I hope and I pray that in post-May we do not have the coalition of chaos because we've seen that already. In terms of investment in the town centre, I think Councillor Gafford always gets frustrated at this, but I have no choice but to say it, Mr Mayor. His inexperience is demonstrable at every single meeting. The indices of deprivation is what puts a town into deprivation and acknowledges it in that way. Actually, it's this government that's invested. It's this government that's invested in this. It's this government that's invested in this town centre.
Councillor Shah, please sit down. Thank you. I will now invite the Cabinet members to present their reports again. Please, could I remind Cabinet members that they have a maximum of 4 minutes to present their reports, 6 minutes for an executive member questions, and could I invite Councillor Elaine Taylor, Statutory Deputy Leader and Cabinet Member for Neighbourhoods, to present their report. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I want to start by thanking all of the officer team in my directorate for their support, hard work and dedication during this past year. This has been a phenomenally busy year with delivery for residents at the heart of every decision that we have taken and every policy implemented. In planning, we have adopted an Article 4 direction to allow greater scrutiny of all HMOs, improved planning guidance on the installation of dormers to help residents who need extra space, prepared our new local plan to guide new development in the borough, approved plans for 1,500 new homes in the town centre, and supported our housing associations with submissions for much needed affordable housing, meaning we are on target to exceed our commitment of 500 new social homes over 5 years. In community safety, we have led the operational treacle multi-agency response for firework nuisance and partnership activity for Safe for Summer campaign. We've carried out 183 sanctuary security surveys of the homes of domestic abuse victims, 100% of ASB reports responded to in 5 working days. We secured GMP Vulcan team in Durka, the first residential area the team has worked in. That resulted in over 220 arrests, 212 vehicles being seized and over £135,000 worth of drugs and 56 weapons also being seized, with a 26% reduction in ASB and a 25% reduction in violent crime. We delivered the Boxing United Cohesion project to develop young leaders from boxing clubs across the borough to challenge hate and toxic narrative. In environment, we have relaunched and refreshed the DTO campaign and, combined with fly tipping clearance, have removed nearly 220 tonnes of waste in January and February this year alone. Officers have also carried out nearly 7,000 investigations and enforcement actions, with hundreds of fixed penalty notices and legal notices being served, and we are about to bring bulky bobs back in-house. We've completed the baby grave memorials at all 7 cemeteries to ensure these sensitive areas are cared for with dignity and respect. We've completed safety improvements to a number of our parks, including Colshire Green, Princess Park, Lower Memorial Park, Station Road Play Area, St Chad's Play Area, and with many more to come. We continue to maintain over 40 football and rugby pitches, 18 bowling greens, 6 cricket wickets and 100 play areas to ensure our families and community groups have access to well-kept, reliable facilities all year round. Our trading standards team have been outstanding in controlling illegal and counterfeit tobacco and vapes being offered for sale across Oldham, with almost 40,000 products seized. In taxi licensing, we've implemented local policies that have resulted in a large number of vehicle owners and drivers returning to the council for their licences, investing in the MOT testing provision at Moorhay Street to ensure vehicles and passenger safety is at the heart of our service. In our districts, we have supported over 9,000 residents to access vital support and services within their local community, and we've delivered 120 targeted interventions. And tomorrow we will announce the successful bids for the multi-million-pound District Fund Capital Grant Programme funded by this Labour Government. In housing, we've invested £3 million in our housing service to prioritise prevention and support. We have seen the sharpest drop in TA numbers, down by 200, and the use of hotels has almost stopped, with a reduction from 220 households to less than 10, a staggering improvement for our families most in need. We have carried out welfare checks on every single household in TA. In total, the work of the team has reduced spend on TA by around £2.5 million compared to last year, and on Monday we agreed acceptance of over £3 million of funding through the Local Authority Housing Fund to allow us to bring online additional high-quality, lower-cost temporary accommodation. We have just agreed our new housing allocations policy to ensure that people across all levels of need will have an opportunity to access social housing. In housing enforcement, we have carried out over 550 informal property inspections and issued civil penalties totalling over £16,000 on private landlords. The VCFSE sector, we have led the way as a signatory to the Greater Manchester Accord, and we have delivered the Live Well Accelerator programme in East Oldham, and we will be taking forward that approach in all 5 districts over the coming year. These are the benefits of having a Labour administration: policies rooted in fairness, equality and delivering for the residents of Oldham. Thank you, Mr Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Taylor. Question from Councillor Shuttleworth.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Mr Mayor, yesterday many residents will have seen concerning media reports of a sudden building collapse on King Street in the town centre. This incident required a significant response from all 3 emergency services, and according to reports, led to 5 people being injured by the collapse. Concerningly, reports of a gas leak led to significant road closures, businesses shut up shop, homes evacuated, public transport disrupted, and motorists left frustrated in traffic queues. Could the portfolio holder update the council on what support was given to residents that were affected? As we now know, Councillor Gafford is the owner of the property. Could the Cabinet member also highlight whether there have been any prior concerns relating to the building? Thank you, Mr Mayor.
Thank you, Mr Mayor, and thank you to Councillor Shuttleworth for your question. Obviously, I know that this question didn't come in writing, but I have had a briefing on this, and I have actually got some information that I think I am able to share tonight. Yesterday's building collapse on King Street was devastating, obviously, for everybody who was involved or impacted. Firstly, for the 5 people injured, but also for the residents evacuated for their homes, and from the business that are also facing losses as a result. The council has worked alongside emergency services to make the site and surrounding area safe, and to rehouse the 40 residents into temporary accommodation, and to make sure that they have all of the emergency provision that they need. So things like food, clothes, baby supplies, and any essential medicines that they had to leave behind when their homes were evacuated. Today, a number of agencies are investigating the incident and what led to the building's collapse. We will, of course, be supporting those agencies with their inquiries to make sure that those responsible are held to account for what could have been an even bigger tragedy. And had more people been on the site or close by at the time of the collapse, and obviously matters could have been an awful lot worse. But it wouldn't be appropriate, I think, certainly today, to go through a history of the council's involvement with that building while investigations are ongoing. So I can't answer that element of Councillor Shuttleworth's question, but the truth will come to light in the coming days and weeks, I'm sure. And our building control and highway staff will continue to support the work at the scene and will support those investigations as they continue. Our housing team, which is obviously part of my directorate, will continue to be the first point of call for those residents who were made homeless by the incident. What I can say is that the council won't shirk its responsibilities to those affected, nor to those seeking answers about the circumstances surrounding what is a truly awful event. We will update councillors as more information becomes available. Thank you.
A point of personal explanation, please, Mr. Mayor. I'm going to have to interject if that's okay. Thank you so much. Because obviously I've been named in this, and I was told to stay away from this and not say anything. But unfortunately, because they've brought it up, I think I have to, say a few words towards it. Firstly, yes, the building was mine. It was not solely mine. It's my company's building, who has 2 directors. So I am only one of the directors. That's the first thing. Second thing is I don't have day-to-day dealings with my properties or my business, as I've mentioned before. Thirdly, the thing is that when this was brought to our attention on March the 1st, it was the council building officers who let people back into the building once it was closed on the 1st of March. So the responsibility, I would believe, would lie with the people who let those people back into the position.
Point of order, Mr. Mayor. Point of order. That is incorrect. That's incorrect information.
Listen.
That is incorrect information.
No, it's not.
That is
No, it's not.
information.
No, it's not. Because
Councillor Gafford, I wasn't going to go there, but do you want me to really give...
I'm not.
Do you really want me to?
Let's go there, please.
Do you really want me to go there? I think you will regret standing
building
up.
control was informed.
I'm sorry, this is incorrect information.
You can't talk over me.
Mr.
No, excuse me, Councillor Shah, I will put this to bed now. I will put this to bed now. This is not appropriate from any side talking about this during this meeting, because it is an investigation that is ongoing.
Mr. Mayor, I was brought up.
No, that's
I want to be clear that I've done nothing wrong.
No,
I've handed in the correct paperwork. A structural engineer was instructed. Everything was done.
Councillor, we will not discuss this item anymore. This is subject to an investigation.
They keep on politicising these issues, Mr. Mayor, and therefore I have to bring that. That's
you've
complete politicisation. Somebody could have got hurt.
Councillor Gafford.
Yeah, exactly. And therefore I take my responsibility.
Councillor Taylor, sit down, please. All sides. This is under investigation, and we will have no further conversation on this at this time. You've responded now, Councillor Gafford.
The question should have been ruled out.
How could I rule out a question which I didn't know what was going to be asked? It was not a written question that I saw. We will now move on with this item. We'll now move on.
Mr. Mayor, can I raise a question?
Yes.
I think it was out of order for the Labour group to actually raise this question tonight, and they should have made you aware of it. If we're playing politics, the point of order is that it was unnecessary to ask the question. Something's under investigation. Let the investigation conclude.
We have now closed debate on this. We will move on. We will move on. So, next question is from Councillor Hindle.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I recently attended a residents' meeting at Woodhouses Cricket Club regarding a planning application to build 68 new houses on the Greenbelt. We all know and understand the need for more social housing, and this application does promise 100% affordable new homes, but given that Places for Everyone was designed to provide enough housing for the next 15 years through strategic land allocation, Both Failsworth independent councillors voted for PFE to protect against the kind of development and excessive building on Greenbelt land. Therefore, can the Cabinet member please confirm that the Council will do everything it can to ensure that the land allocated in PFE is prioritised before Greenbelt lands such as in this application? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr Mayor, and thank you to Councillor Hindle for his question and for submitting it in advance. So, under the National Planning Policy Framework, or the NPPF, development in the Greenbelt is considered inappropriate unless one of several exceptions are met, or unless very special circumstances are demonstrated that would outweigh the harm to the Greenbelt caused by any proposed development. As such, with a good supply of housing land in the borough, because of PFE, we are able to resist general market-led housing developments in the Greenbelt. On this basis, the Council is doing all it can to ensure that PFE allocations do come forward for development, and we are seeing that already. However, notwithstanding that, where a scheme offering 100% affordable housing is proposed, in some situations this can generate the very special circumstances that would outweigh harm to the Greenbelt, and the Council, as a local planning authority, has to consider such proposals and assess them on their own merits. There are some sites coming forward, such as the Kellen development as part of the Places for Everyone, that are 100% affordable, and we will continue to push where we are able for the right mixture of homes that Oldham residents need. On a personal note, I would add that I do sympathise with both yourself, Councillor Hobin, Councillor Davis and Councillor Rustage, because I know that in supporting PFE, you did so to protect the Greenbelt in Failsworth. It does seem counterintuitive that the reformed councillors in Failsworth voted against their own interests in that regard.
Councillor Taylor, thank you.
Sorry.
Councillor Jabbar, present your report. Councillor Taylor, your mic's on.
Apologies.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I want to take a moment to focus on facts, because when you focus on facts, it's very clear that our financial position is very strong. On the statement of accounts for 24-26 has now been formally signed off by our auditors. We are one of the 4 local authorities in Greater Manchester to achieve this. This isn't by accident. It reflects robust governance, financial discipline and hard work of our officers and this administration to ensure our finances are properly managed. And that matters because across the country many councils face significant financial pressures. Some are struggling to balance their books, some are having to make very difficult decisions. Here in our borough, we're demonstrating stability, control and responsible management. I'm also pleased to report that our projected unfavourable variance for this financial year has now reduced to below £5 million. This shows that we're actively managing pressure, not simply reacting to them. Our council tax and business rate collections continue to improve, providing stable foundation for delivering essential services from roads to schools to social care. We're also modernising and reducing cost. The introduction of e-billing, environmentally friendly, reduced use of paper and cuts postage costs substantially. It is a clear example of how we can be efficient and responsible at the same time. Mr Mayor, we're ensuring support reaches those who need it most. We welcome the £5.7 million provided by the new Labour government for each of the next 3 years to support our Crisis Resilience Fund. Our Welfare Right team has helped residents to secure an extra £2.3 million by the end of January 2026, a real support for people who are struggling, and it helps to build communities. We're also investing in the future of the organisation. We're improving IT services, refreshing laptops and strengthening cyber security, so that our staff have the tools to deliver high-quality services. Our digital transformation continues, making services more accessible, efficient, and user-friendly, while supporting those who are less digitally confident. Mr. Mayor, when you step back, the direction is clear. strong financial management, targeted investment, support for residents, a clear plan for the future. This is long-term responsibility and delivery, and it is exactly what this administration will continue to do. And just in relation to the social deprivation indices, Mr. Mayor, you'll recall that Councillor Ghafor's former Prime Minister boasted about taking money away from places like Oldham to support affluent councils. Is there any wonder, Mr. Mayor, when austerity was put on us, millions of pounds was taken away in benefit cuts from the local people, from the local businesses? Is there any...
Excuse me, can we... No, Councillor Jabbar, just one moment. Can we stop talking across the council? If you want to address somebody, you go through me. Do not talk across the council when somebody else is speaking. You may have a disagreement with a slight wording there, but there's no need to be calling across the council. No. What's the point of order?
Point of order is that you mentioned my name without any context. Is that not a point of... is a point of... You know, but I don't understand why it would be my... We are no longer Conservatives. We are the Oldham group. So why...
Councillor Ghafor...
Exactly. But it's everybody...
excuse me, Councillor Ghafor, that is not a point of order. Now stop. We will continue the meeting, please. Thank you. Councillor Jabbar, just carry on with your statement, please.
The point I want to make is very clear that this government, this government has given us enough money based on a formula which looks at the need of our people, rather than an arbitrary formula which was based on cutting money from local government. And that's the reason why we're able to get extra £19 million for the next financial year, and we will be investing in this town to make sure that every resident have a better future. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Lancaster, you have a question?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Elected members were recently informed that due to revisions in the Council's reserves policy introduced in late 2024, unspent ward budget monies from previous financial years could not be carried forward in line with long-standing convention. However, 12 months ago, I was advised differently, incorrectly as it turns out, via the East District team, and that I should identify allocations for my outstanding £600, which I duly provided within 24 hours. It seems that the end of long-standing convention had gone unnoticed by elected members, but more importantly by the same council staff responsible for administrating ward budgets. Therefore, can the Cabinet member please confirm that I can support public good in my own Saddleworth North ward with that £600 budget outstanding, and if not, what is the administration justification for denying worthy community causes on the basis of unknown, uncommunicated technicalities? Thank you.
Well, I mean, the reaction to this, Mr. Mayor, is unbelievable. It really is. People don't read their papers. They don't understand how local government works. This decision, you need to listen to me. This decision was taken to Cabinet back in November 2024 about how to deal with underspend in council budget. And then it was taken to Overview Security Committee in December 2024. So nearly 2 years ago, right, or more than 18 months ago, this decision has been made, and it was communicated very, very clearly that any underspend will not be allowed to be taken forward because of the financial pressure that this council faces, and we need to use every single penny available to balance the books. This has been rehearsed many times, so suddenly to make this comment here and then to pretend that nothing's happened and this is something happened under... I don't understand it. It's just beyond belief. This has happened a long time back. Every single district team have been told, including my side, your side, everybody else. This is in record. Go back and check it. So to pretend and bring a surprise in this meeting, I just don't understand it, Mr. Mayor. I really don't. I really hope people read their papers and understand why these decisions are made and when they're made. You have people on the scrutiny committee. It was taken there. It was brought to the Cabinet. You've seen it there. It was all produced very clearly.
Councillor Sykes asking for a point of clarification.
A clarification, and I'm not disagreeing with anything you said, Councillor Jabbar, but can we just be absolutely clear? I don't know about anybody else, but in my part of the world, that did not happen. And I've also been told, and I've got it in writing, that isn't the case, and I'm in exactly the same position as are a number of my colleagues as Councillor Lancaster, when we've been trying to get this resolved starting last year. So we wouldn't be in this position. So I understand it's buried in the papers, and I've found it now, and I've gone looking for it. But I can assure you, in our district, it might have been communicated to staff, but staff didn't communicate it to elected members, and I can only assume, talking to my colleagues, that didn't happen in their part of the world as well. And that's a fact, Mr. Mayor.
I can't directly answer, contradict what you're saying, Councillor Sykes, because I don't know the circumstance in your district. I can't say that. But can I just say, Mr. Mayor, very categorically, I have had colleagues from this side ask me this question more than 12 months ago, and I made it absolutely clear.
Point of order, Mr. Mayor. There was a point of personal explanation. Councillor Jabbar has treated it as a question and started responding. There is no process in place for him to be able to speak at that point.
Okay, I'll accept that. Thank you. Councillor Malik.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The cost of living crisis continues to impact many residents, and the action against Iran, which has closed the Strait of Hormuz, may make matters worse. Could the Cabinet members comment on the support available from the Council for people facing unexpected financial hardship, and what impact government decision to tackle child poverty will have in Oldham? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Very important question, as I've mentioned before in some of my contribution earlier this evening, and the leaders mentioned it in her report too. We have £5.7 million in Crisis and Resilience Fund, which we will use to support people who are financially in difficulties. And I think the great thing about this fund is that it's been increased by £1 million, and also it's a 3-year settlement that's been given to us, which means we can actually plan and get a better value out of this fund than we have done in the past. So this will include providing energy vouchers, food vouchers, and also cash to people who may need it from some circumstances. We'll be working with voluntary groups, faith groups, social enterprise, and so on. And insofar as the child poverty is concerned, I'm very pleased to welcome the lifting of the 2 benefit cap. That will help 800,000 families across the country, and very significant number in this town too. And also another important thing is that from September this year, anyone who is in receipt of universal credit, automatically their children will qualify for free school meals. So, Councillor Malik, thank you for your question. There's a number of things that we're doing with the help of the National Labour Government, and we will hopefully make a real impact in tackling child poverty. But it's a long-term thing. It's not a single thing that we can do, but we are taking all the measures because we value the children.
Thank you. Now can I invite Councillor Shahid Mustak, Cabinet Member for Children and Young People, to present his report.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. There's so much fantastic work happening in the world of children and young people that a 3-page report and 4-minute speaking time can't do it justice. The major workforce stabilisation in the report highlights the most recent drop in agency social workers from 29.4% to 13.9%. But I'd like to remind people that when I took on this portfolio, the agency rate was almost 50% and is now at 13.9%. The context you don't get with figures, Mr. Mayor, is the difficulty of social worker recruitment, not only regionally but nationally. We know the stresses and pressure that come with the job, which is why sickness and absence and turnover in this sector across the country are so challenging. It's testament to the team in Oldham under the leadership of this administration that we have built a culture which has resulted in the 13.9% agency rate we see in Oldham today. It's why our Love Actually recruitment campaign was run by social workers themselves. We have become an employer and destination of choice because of the values-driven and supportive environment we've built in Oldham. As we all know, our children's services was rated good by Ofsted in 2024. There's always a risk after such a high of taking your foot off the gas and complacency setting in. Under this leadership, we have been relentless in ensuring that complacency doesn't set in. We have continued to sustain the high-quality post-inspection, which was confirmed by Ofsted when they did a focused visit in the summer of 2025, a year after the ILAC's inspection, and confirmed continued high-quality safeguarding practice and effective MASH operations. The important work in the complex safeguarding hub continues apace. We continue to support ongoing investigations as part of Operation Sherwood, as well as educational and preventative work to reduce the risk of exploitation and harm to our children and young people. We continue to strengthen our children in care and care leaver offer with the roll out of 2 Mockingbird models and a 3rd on the way. This helps to stabilise foster placements by providing a wider support network akin to the extended family. We have also had our first Stepping Forward foster carers, in which a child in residential care is placed with a foster family, providing a family setting for the child or young person. We are working closely with partners across Oldham to implement government reforms, with Oldham Council leading in a way that is bringing everyone together, so we're ready to deliver for the families of Oldham. The Families First Partnership Programme, headed by Tony de Crop, Sheila Guerrara and the team, is being led in a way that is clear and understandable to our delivery partners. This government is bringing forward reforms that will ensure families receive the support they need before hitting crisis point. It's a systemic change that's needed if we are to break the cycle of high demand costing the taxpayer millions, and more importantly, will reduce the number of families falling into crisis and breaking down, as the support will be provided at the right time and in the right place. The early years sector is vital in Oldham, achieving the good level of development targets set by the government. I want to be clear, Mr Mayor, this is a challenging target and one we will not shy away from trying to achieve. That's why I'm pleased to inform you that 96 to 100% of our early years settings are rated good or outstanding. We have begun the rollout of the Best Start in Life strategy, and National Free Breakfast Club rollout has also begun. As I said at the beginning, Mr Mayor, 4 minutes is nowhere near enough. I could easily keep going. We are moving at a rapid pace. There is lots going on, and we are leading the way in a manner that only a Labour administration could lead. Thank you, Mr Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Mushtaq. Councillor Bishop.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. The rate of children aged 10 to 17 in Oldham Borough who enter the criminal justice system is 54% higher than the national average. Entering the criminal justice system at such a young age can have harmful and lifelong impacts on a child's chances. What is the Cabinet member doing by way of early intervention to bring these numbers down and target the causes of child criminalisation? Thank you.
Thank you for your question, Councillor Bishop. But I have to say I'm not familiar with the data statistics that you've referenced in your question. I'm not implying that that's malicious or intended. I am pleased to report the rate for first-time entrants, and that's children entering the criminal justice system for the first time, in Oldham has been decreasing consistently over the past 12-month period. It was 202 per 100,000 in the previous reporting year 2024-25. At the end of January 26, it had reduced to 131 per 100,000, a significant reduction. This is below the Greater Manchester rate, which stands at 162 per 100,000, and the England rate, which stands at 152 per 100,000. The partnership in Oldham has a robust offer in terms of early intervention and prevention. On a weekly basis, Oldham Youth Justice Service receive data from GMP in relation to all children who have been linked to a crime. These children are referred into the bi-weekly Oldham Multi-Agency Prevention Panel to ensure these children receive the right support from the right service at the right time. All work delivered within the Oldham Youth Justice Service is in line with Child First principles, strengths focused. The Youth Offending Service is an integral part of the Family First Partnership, which I've just mentioned, through a pilot of a multidisciplinary team in the South District of Oldham, where there will be a senior engagement worker focusing on early intervention in terms of serious youth violence. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Islam.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Oldham's recent Ofsted-focused visit confirmed timely and high-quality safeguarding practice Can the portfolio holder say what the inspectors specifically highlighted as examples of strong practice and how those findings are being shared and built upon across the service and how this benefits children and families in Oldham? Thank you.
Thank you for your question, Councillor Islam. Again, this is something that I referenced in my speech. And the importance of not being complacent following the ILACS inspection, which was a very difficult 9-week process in which they went through our service with a fine-tooth comb and gave us a good Ofsted rating. The Ofsted inspection highlighted several areas of strong practice, including the timely and well-informed decision-making in the Multi-Agency Safeguarding Hub, or the MASH, effective multi-agency information sharing, high-quality strategy discussions, and thorough and analytical assessments that reflect children's voices and family history. Inspectors also recognise the impact of Oldham's stable and well-supported workforce, strengthened by significant investment and strong leadership oversight. These findings have been embedded through the robust quality assurance framework, reflective learning circles, supervision, through the robust quality assurance framework, reflective learning circle supervision and the ambitious Achieving Excellence strategy that is understood across the workforce. As a result, children and families in Oldham benefit from prompt, consistent and culturally sensitive support, better continuity of social work relationships and decision-making that keeps them safe, gets them the right help at the right time. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Nasheen.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. The report notes that the rate of agency workers, social workers, has been reduced from 29.4% to 13.9% in a single year. Can the portfolio holder explain what recruitment and retention measures have driven this improvement, why this is important for the children supported by social workers, and how the council is ensuring permanent staff are properly supported? Thank you.
Thank you for your question, Councillor Nasheen. The investment made into the social care workforce strategy has successfully supported initiatives including Grow Our Own Workforce Model and Choose Oldham recruitment campaign. This has significantly impacted on workforce stability, and at the end of Q3, the rate of agency social workers has reduced, as mentioned earlier, to 13.9%, and the turnover rate has reduced to 13.5%. The Social Work Academy, led by Principal Social Worker, provides a comprehensive training and development offer to all staff, combined with a stable frontline management team and manageable caseloads, supports the retention of staff in a highly competitive employment profession. A stable workforce allows social workers to form and develop meaningful and trusting relationships with children and families, which all contributes to improved practice and better outcomes. And I've got 30 seconds. I'd just like to say thank you to Julie Daniels for her robust leadership. Mr Mayor, you were at the conference yesterday, and I think you'll agree the feel in the room, which was packed. We were in the room, the huge family feel, the togetherness, and it's a culture that's been created that's led to the figures that we are now talking about. So that context, I think, is really important. Thank you.
Thank you.
Point of order, Mr Mayor, if I may. That's 30 seconds for questions. It's not owned by the Cabinet member. If we could get more questions in, it would be appreciated.
Can we move on, please? Could I ask Councillor Barbara Brownridge, Cabinet Member for Adults, Health and Wellbeing, to present her report?
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Well, you're not going to be surprised that I'm going to relish the very good CQC report we got for adult social care. I think, looking at the complexity of the people we serve and the financial pressures, that judgment is really a huge tribute to the staff who work in this sector. I think I'm most pleased about two aspects of the report. Firstly, that it agreed that our self-assessment was accurate. So I think that's a tribute to the officers, that they looked at the strong points, which obviously we were pleased about, but also recognised that there are areas that need to be improved. And CQC accepted that and didn't come up with anything additional. So I think that's a real tribute to our clear-sighted understanding of the service we provide. I think the second thing that I really want to emphasise is the commitment of the staff, we have asked them to start working in a very different way, which is reinforcing people's abilities to work on their own behalf rather than being reliant on services. I think that's a major change for people in this field, and they have embraced it with enthusiasm. The director said that when the staff had actually been interviewed, they came out buzzing. They were so enthusiastic about what they do. And I think that's a fantastic tribute. And I really want to say thank you with all my heart to the people in the service who work so hard. In terms of the other aspects and I would just say ending up in the top third of the country is something we should be really proud of. We should be proud of, because we do have a lot of obstacles in this area because of the deprivation. So to have done so well is something this town should really, really relish and be really, really banging on about, because it's important. I think the other aspects of the portfolio, I want to put a shout out to public health. They do work that's quite below the radar in many ways, because it's a long, slow burn that they do. You can't change people's habits overnight. We are making real progress in smoking, because our smoking rates, as you know, traditionally have been way above the national average. They are gradually coming down. I want to put a particular shout out to smoking in pregnancy, because there's been real targeted work for that, and that has made a significant difference. Our drug and alcohol treatment program's going really well, and we've received additional money from the government in recognition of the fact that we're doing good things in that field. And I really, again, want to emphasise the things we're doing in wellbeing, particularly social prescribing, are really having discernible improvements. And obviously, I'd put a shout out as a director to Northern Roots on that, because they're making a real significant contribution to that. I want to big up our ICP. We are quite advanced across Greater Manchester, because we have been kept in line and have had really good governance put in place right from the beginning. That's enabled us to make some real progress. Fantastic example of partnership working. Those meetings are really well attended by all the people that we deal with across the piece, and we've involved all sorts of new people, like housing. First Choice Homes particularly play a really valuable part in those meetings. So I'm really, really optimistic that that is going to make a difference, and that we are going to be leaders in making our whole system much more focused on place. And I think that's really good. So also, obviously, we're dealing with the changes in the National Health Service. Just heard yesterday that the director of Oldham Rochdale Hospital was made redundant, and I'm personally very sad about that. He made very good contributions to our meeting. That is all part of a wider reorganisation. Obviously, the council's not directly involved with, but it's something that obviously will have an impact on the town eventually. So I think that's probably, I filled up my 4 minutes, which surprised me. So thank you very much, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Roundridge. We have a question from Councillor Rustage.
We do.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. There's already been alluded to that the council's adult social care service has been rated good by the Care Quality Commission, placing Oldham in the top third of over 100 local authorities assessed in England. When I looked at that chart, there's some much richer places, Oldham, that we've beaten. Can the portfolio holder say what are the key areas in developing plans to focus on both addressing areas of continuous improvement and building on the good work highlighted throughout the report? Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rustage. So I'll read this bit to make sure I get this right. So there are several key areas for continuous improvement. Reducing waiting times for care act reviews and financial assessments, and this has started and is already giving positive outcomes. So embedding recent changes within mental health services following the change to a new arrangement with Pennine Care. And I think we know that mental health has been a source of some concern, I think nationally as well as locally, and that's something that's going to be a real focus going forward. We're looking to strengthen co-production. I know we all talk about co-production, but it is something that's really important in the new way of delivering adult social care, that we do get the views of the people who participate in that service and incorporate them in a genuine way. Obviously, looking to make sure our services reflect the diverse communities with a focus on cultural competency. And then, again, focusing on our carers we all know how important our carers are. Without them, again, nationally, the adult social care would be even the worse position that it is at the moment. So we are looking to really enhance the support we provide for them with more access and information and more involvement in decision making. And then we will consider to continue to implement our transformation and improvement programme. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Machine.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The report highlights the successful microelimination of hepatitis through hepatitis C through Oldham's drug and alcohol services. Can the portfolio holder tell us more about how this was achieved and whether this model of targeted public health intervention is now being applied to other conditions? Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Nassine. So this service has implemented a targeted approach based on the 4 criteria for hepatitis C microelimination. So with support from Turning Point's national team and the Bloodborne Virus League, the service analysed weekly data to identify service users who required testing. In response, several awareness-raising days have been delivered, including the use of incentives to encourage testing. Staff have received training through the Hepatitis C Trust, and targeted outreach activity has been developed to ensure individuals with barriers to physically accessing the service can still be tested. The service has recently established a joint on-site clinic with ABL, the local smoking cessation provider. A number of service users have a diagnosis of COPD and are supported through the respiratory pathway, which has been rolled out across the service. The service also participates in working groups and wider partnership initiatives focusing on gambling harms and suicide prevention. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. I've had no more indication of questions.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Very, very quick one for myself. Thank you very. First of all, I'd like to congratulate the entire team in terms of their CQC report. You mentioned growth, Councillor Bramridge, and obviously quite a while back there was a discussion in terms of Medlock and Butler Green, and obviously how long you foresee them continuing and their growth, and just wondered whether their lifespan would continue in this quarter or the next, in the next decade. So do you foresee that continuing, or do you see them merging, and just wondered how long that would be? Thank you.
Thank you. I don't have a specific answer to that. What I can tell you, this is all part of MyCare looking at the business they provide and the services they provide for us, and looking to take advantage of their status as a company that's independent of the council. I personally would be very shocked to find that those services aren't going to continue, because they are really, really crucial. My husband's just taking advantage of them as we speak. So, you know, it is really important that if we're looking to keep residents safe at home in their homes, then community re-enablement and community support will be an essential part of that. So I don't have a specific answer, but I don't think they're going to disappear.
Councillor Kenyon.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to ask the Cabinet member about Chadderton Park Daycare Centre. The measure to close it was withdrawn from the budget, which we welcome on all sides, I'm sure. So after MyCare have ended their deliberations, is it fair to say that there's no authority for them to actually close the centre this financial year?
No, I don't think that would be a fair conclusion, in the sense that MyCare are a provider and providers are entitled to stop providing should they choose not to provide. The response is that they can't do that. No provider can do that if it would result in their clients not being looked after. So it's not as black and white, it's not quite as binary as you think. So I can't say yes and I can't say no. The needs of the service users will be paramount in any decision.
Thank you, Councillor Brownridge. Could I invite Councillor Mohan Ali, the Cabinet Member for Education and Skills, for his report?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. As we come to the end of this municipal year, I'm proud to reflect on the progress we've made for children and young people across Oldham, because under this Labour administration, we are clear opportunity for our young people is not optional, it is a priority. And this year, that priority has delivered real results. This year, we have seen major improvements in our SEND services. Following external inspection, Oldham was recognised as having taken effective action, a significant step forward for the borough. But more importantly, confidence from families is rising, with over 80% now reporting real progress. That means more children getting the support they need and more families feeling confident in the system that surrounds them. We've expanded specialist provision, strengthened inclusion in mainstream schools, and improved how services work together. Because in Oldham, we believe every child deserves a chance to thrive, and that commitment to inclusion is delivering. Permanent exclusions are down by 23%, suspensions are down by 28%. That is a clear reflection of our approach, early support, strong partnership, and a determination to keep every child engaged in education. We have also made real progress on attendance. Our schools are now outperforming many of our statistical neighbours, with Year 7 attendance exceeding 98%. And Oldham is now leading the way, selected to support attendance improvement across the North West. That speaks volumes about the strength of our system and the leadership within our schools. Alongside this, standards are rising. We've seen improvements at Key Stage 2, stronger GCSE and A-level outcomes, and continued positive Ofsted inspections. But we are not complacent. We know that there is more to do, particularly in closing attainment gaps, and we remain focused on delivering even better outcomes for every child, because talent is everywhere in Oldham and it is our job to unlock it. That is why we have continued to invest in aspiration and opportunity through initiatives like our Careers Fair and the digital programs. We are connecting young people directly with employers, opening doors, raising ambitions, and showing what is possible. Programs like Cyber First have already reached over 1,000 young people, equipping them with the skills and confidence to succeed in a changing economy. And we are going further. Together with Oldham College, we are launching the 100 Apprentice in 100 Days Challenge, a simple but powerful idea, creating real opportunities for local young people right here in Oldham. Because as our economy evolves, in digital, AI and advanced sectors, we are determined that our young people are not left behind, but leading that change. And this is our message to business. If you want to grow, invest locally. Our young people are ready, and we will work with you to unlock that potential. We have also continued to support children and families in practical ways that make a real difference, from expanding access to breakfast provision to widening eligibility for free school meals, ensuring more children are ready to learn and able to succeed. Because sometimes the simplest interventions have the biggest impact. Mr. Mayor, at the heart of everything we do is a simple belief that every child in Oldham deserves the best possible start in life, regardless of background or circumstance. That belief is reflected in the government's ambition for every child to achieve and thrive, and it is the one we are already delivering here in Oldham. There is still more to do, but the progress we have made this year shows what is possible when we are clear in our priorities and ambitions for our communities. We are building a stronger, more inclusive education system. We are raising expectations, and we are creating real opportunities for our young people. Because this is not just about policy, it is about the people, it is about families, and it is about the future of Oldham. And that is why everything we do is focused on one goal: backing our children, backing our families, and backing Oldham. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Halley. Councillor McLaren, you have a question?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Some parents in Oldham will share the anxieties raised more widely about the proposals in every child achieving and thriving. What changes does the Cabinet Member anticipate for families in Oldham, and how can they have their say on the proposals? Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Sorry, Mr. Mayor, just before Councillor Mohan answers, people are talking and they're not whispering, and it's really...
Yeah, okay. Could people not have discussions between themselves? And it does... The acoustics are very good, and it does interfere with people listening.
Thank you, Councillor Colin McLaren, for your question. I can confirm that we are well placed to respond to the SEND reforms in Oldham, building on the strong and effective partnership working highlighted in our positive Ofsted and CQC monitoring inspection of the area SEND in partnership which took place in November 2025. Building on this strong foundation, we anticipate the reforms will enable earlier identification of need, clearer pathways for support, more timely assessment and stronger coordination between education, health and care services so that children and young people receive the right help at the right time. Parents, carers and young people and professionals are invited to share their views as part of the national consultation. The consultation opened on the 23rd of February 2026 and will close on the 18th of May 2026. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Harkness.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Sticking with the SEND reform. So recently, the Liberal Democrat group submitted our response to the consultation on the white paper, SEND reform, putting children and young people first. Has the Cabinet member responded to the consultation, and if not, will that be happening? Will they agree that currently there is too much of a postcode lottery and gaps in provisions which have resulted in cash cows from alternative provision and independent specialist providers? Local authorities are left being held to ransom. Would he agree that there needs to be regulation and a cap on profits that they can get? The aim to significantly reduce the number of EHCPs is met with some concern, and funding for children with high needs in mainstream schools is in the long term is a concern. Do they agree that it is important to ensure that the right of SEND assessments and support are maintained, and the voices of children and young people with SEND and that of their families and carers is put at the centre of the reform process? Will you also agree that there is sometimes a disconnect with recommendations from educational psychologists and other professionals and Ofsted? Thank you, Mr Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor.
Thank you to Councillor Harkness for your question. The school's white paper, Every Child Achieving and Thriving, and the accompanying SEND reform consultation, published on the 23rd of February 2026, sets out a 10-year programme to realign the education and SEND systems around earlier identification, stronger mainstream inclusion and clearer national standards, with phased implementation and legislation expected from 2029. In Oldham, we are well placed to both respond and deliver on the SEND reform. Since the area SEND inspection of 2023, we have delivered substantial improvements as a partnership. For example, we are seeing much reduced waiting times for speech and language therapy and community paediatrics, along with much improved timeliness for EHC assessments. The substantial improvement was recognised following an Ofsted monitoring inspection. We are fortunate also to have a strong educational psychology offer. Our educational psychologists are involved in far more than just undertaking assessments of our children and young people. They are supporting our local inclusion support offer to schools. We have not found this work to be at odds with Ofsted or other professionals, rather it has attracted praise. As a partnership, we will continue to hear the voice of our children, parents and carers. We will work with our schools and settings to ensure that children and young people receive the help and support they need to make progress and succeed in their learning. We will work also to ensure that any needs are identified early to avoid potential further complexities. In relation to the consultation to the white paper, one of the consultation questions invites feedback on government proposals for suitable placements to be made available at a fair cost. I would certainly agree that independent specialist schools' costs are too high. And that has placed significant strain on council budgets. We would therefore welcome regulation of costs in this sector. We are currently inviting feedback from our schools and settings and collating this feedback with our other key partners across healthcare and of course our parent and carer voice. Any individual school or organisation can respond on their own, but we will submit our collective voice as a partnership to GMCA colleagues who will then submit a joint GMCA response. Thank you.
Thank you. Got 33 minutes for that section. And I'd propose we move on because we are running out of time. Happy with that. Thank you. So it's now for, it would be Councillor Dean to present their report, but obviously he's absent. Sorry.
I was going to suggest, Mr Mayor, that we move in an extension to give everybody an opportunity, and I've suggested 20 minutes for the administration, 20 minutes for the opposition and 10 minutes for every other business after motions. And that's my proposal.
Do you want? Yeah, I was going to come back to that about when we finish this section, but
Yeah. Well, sorry, that's why I was talking, Mr.
Yeah.
Mayor. I weren't being disrespectful.
Okay.
I was trying to decide what I thought would be reasonable.
Right.
So that's how it proposed.
Okay. Anybody, people feel on that proposal?
Do you want to?
You want? So,
Finishing this
20 minutes administration, 20 minutes opposition, 10 minutes everything else. Then we go home.
There is an extension to that council meeting time.
Just hang on a second.
is that after the portfolios have finished, Councillor Isaac? Yeah, after the portfolios have finished.
Well, yeah, we are going to. So what does the? So I don't. It's your meeting, Mr. Mayor. So what does the Constitution say according to like the guillotine?
I was going to read that out to you.
Let's do that instead.
Right. So we could go straight to the votes on all the motions and amendments. Or go on.
So that's my point. So what are you suggesting that we do? Because
well, when we get to 9:30, which we will do by the time we finish this section,
right?
We've got to either have an extension, and it will be for 30 minutes, and then we'd have to consider it again after the 30 minutes have gone by. But that wouldn't give us enough time to complete the agenda as it's set out, would it? So the other proposal is to go to the either roll things over, or move to do things just by going to the vote.
Okay, I'm going to confer with my group and consider both proposals.
I'll follow reports in the meantime.
Can we?
Or are we going straight to that? Because Chris hasn't done
Yeah.
this.
Can we? For the Peter Dean's portfolio, which is from Councillor Arnott and Councillor Lancaster. Do you want to ask those questions, or do you? Yeah. Councillor Arnott first, then go on.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Am I just asking it to the?
Yeah, you're asking it. I think. Will you see it, Councillor Taylor?
Okay. I'll try and test and adjust as we go along. I'll try not to call you Peter or anything like that. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Councillor Taylor, for taking this question. I'll declare an interest in that, perhaps uniquely in this chamber, I'm a season ticket holder for both Latics and Roughyheads. Maybe I'm just a glutton for punishment. Latics and Oldham Rugby League are currently in a financial dispute, with both parties claiming they are owed money by the other. The dispute has led to a breakdown of the previous ground sharing arrangement at Boundary Park. Currently, Oldham Rugby League are playing their home matches at Bower Field in Stalybridge. Bill Quinn has been banned from Boundary Park, and Mike Ford stepped down as managing director in February. Ordinarily, this will be viewed as an unfortunate disagreement between two private businesses, which has spiralled into a he said standoff, with the ultimate losers being the fans who pay their hard-earned money to support the club. However, 3 years ago, the council funded a new hybrid pitch at Boundary Park to the tune of £1 million worth of taxpayers' money. This investment was sold to the public, with the primary benefit being that Oldham Rugby League will play its home matches at Boundary Park from 2024 onwards. Given that all taxpayers in Oldham now have some skin in the game, would the standing cabinet member outline what meetings have been held with the board of directors of Oldham Athletic Football Club and Oldham Rugby League Club to try and mediate in this disagreement and encourage both these well-loved local clubs to come to some sort of agreement? I'm aware of future and very exciting plans to develop a £70 million sports town in the borough, but will the cabinet member please restrict answers to the question specifically relating to the current ground share dispute? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr Mayor, and thank you to Councillor Arnott for your questions. So, obviously, our clear preference has always been that Roughyheads do play at Boundary Park. That was part of the reason that we gave a grant to Boundary Park, and it was to create the conditions for Roughheads to be able to actually play there if the clubs came to an agreement. For clarity, I suppose, what I would need to say is that this is a commercial dispute between the two clubs, and Oldham Council is not involved in the ground share arrangements at Boundary Park, and so it's not our place to attempt to arbitrate these disagreements. We obviously, of course, hope that the conclusion can be reached for the benefit of both clubs sooner rather than later. I agree with you. I think that's in the best interests of everybody who supports both rugby and football here in Oldham and want to see both clubs playing in the borough. I know you've asked for some very specific detail about if we've been involved in any meetings. I don't think we have, but I don't have that level of detail because understandably this isn't my portfolio area. But I'm sure that if you reach out after this meeting, if you've got any very specific questions, officers will attempt or be able to answer them in more detail. Thank you.
Thank you. And we also have a question from Councillor Lancaster.
Thank you, Mr Mayor, and I appreciate Councillor Taylor's willingness to field this question. I recently became aware of a breach in an archaeological planning condition at a development site in Chadderton. I further understand that in order to compensate for this archaeological damage, the developer is willing to provide £13,000 to the Friends of Castleshaw Roman Forts, based in my own Saddleworth North Ward, to fund their production of an informative booklet. I further understand that this approach has been practised elsewhere across Greater Manchester, but that in this case Oldham Council Planning has thus far frustrated progress. And so in her portfolio responsibilities for planning, can the Cabinet Member please facilitate progress? Whilst the damage in Chadderton is of course disappointing, there is an opportunity to support archaeological exploration and preservation in our borough via the Friends of Castleshaw Roman Forts, and I'm sure she will agree that it would be a great shame for this opportunity to pass. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr Mayor, and thank you, Councillor Lancaster, for your question. So I know that you said you're thanking me for fielding this, but this isn't anything that I don't have any specifics here, really. I think probably the best thing for me to do is to obviously have a chat with officers and to make sure that we get back in touch with a written reply. I am conscious that they can be quite tough on the guillotine as well. So obviously we only have your council email address. So if I make sure that you get something certainly during the short campaign, what I would say is if you want to send me your email address, if there is further information after that date, I'm sure we'd be happy to furnish you with that information. I don't think there's anything that we can't share here. It's just a case of we need to get a bit more information and then obviously come back and update you on that if that's okay. Thank you.
Councillor Sheldon.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Can the portfolio holder state the current maintenance backlog across parks, leisure facilities, libraries and community assets, and how much of that backlog is funded, unfunded or simply being deferred? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr Mayor, and thank you for your question, Councillor Sheldon. So, obviously, this wasn't submitted in writing, and I don't have that detail to hand, as I'm sure you'll appreciate. Again, we can get you a written response on that. I'm not aware that there is... if there is a backlog, I'm not aware that there is a substantial backlog, but I think the best thing to do in these circumstances is just to get you that written response. And then if you've got, again, as I said to Councillor Lancaster, any follow-up questions, you can pick it up with myself or with the officers directly. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Vidar is saying you've got a report.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. It's end of the year. It might be better if I started with the key achievements. So if I can start with the employment support, Get Oldham Working, first of all, Mr Mayor. Get Oldham Working Team was announced as the national winners of Prestige ERSA Awards back in 2025, end of the year, where the GOV was shortlisted for 5 national awards and most significantly announced as national winners for tailored employment support. Oldham Jobs Fair, September 2025, over 2,200 attendees, over 100 employers with strong engagement from priority wards, including Alexandra, Werneth, Coldust and St Mary's. Digital Inclusion Innovation Fund, 266,000 secured, develop community digital hubs. mobile outreach and volunteer training to tackle digital exclusion across the borough. Mr Mayor, supply chain sport. Supply chain development activity, Muse, Wilmot, Dixon, Tilbury, Douglas have hosted the Meet the Buyer events that attracted strong attendance from Oldham SMEs. These events are directly focused on increasing local participation in council contracts, supporting the council's commitment to community well-being and local value, which is reflected in the collaboration with Get Oldham Working. The Oldham trading platform continues to scale with 148 businesses registered and further firms progressing through onboard. Work with major contractors aims to embed platform as a central route for local procurement, supporting inclusive economic growth. Enterprise Sport, Oldham Business Awards, Oldham Business Community was showcased through the 17th Oldham Business Awards, drawing more than 500 attendees and recognising local entrepreneurial success. The launch of 2026 award cycle continues to raise the borough's profile with expanded categories that align on council priorities and include sponsorships from Get Oldham Working. Innovation, the council supported Hayside Plastics with a 10,000 grant. This led to support from Business Growth Hub, which connected to the company to key the programs, including Made Smarter, Innovate UK, Salford University, and the GMCA Loan Fund. The outcome projections show that 40 to 60% increase in production capacity within 5 years, which could generate additional 3.2 million up to 4.8 million in revenues per year. Now, if we can move on to launch of Oldham Business Awards, Mr. Mayor. The launch of 18th Annual Business Awards took place on 26th of February at Billington's in Oldham Town Centre, with over 100 people attended, mainly from local businesses. The night saw the presentation of £9,000 raised by the Business Awards to local charities, including Medlows and Dr. Kershaw's. This year, there are 13 categories for business to apply for, including 3 new ones: Heart of the High Street, Community Impact, and Sustainable Innovation. This year's celebration event takes place on the 2nd of October 2026 in the town centre's new event space, The Loom, which the leader will shortly cut the ribbon. Labour market report. Unemployment is decreasing. The February labour market report shows an improvement.
That's time. Thank you. Sorry. Could I have Councillor Malik to ask a question?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Can the Cabinet member tell us what is the Council doing to embed local procurement across its all major development programme? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Malik, for your question. We aim to ensure that as many local businesses and residents as possible benefit from the investment in the borough, especially through our major development projects. To achieve this, social value clauses are negotiated as an important part of contract award to ensure that developers use local businesses as part of their supply chain and local residents as part of their workforce. Thank you.
Councillor Marland.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Since the redevelopment of the town centre started, there have been many car parks closed only for the land to be repurposed. The old leisure centre car park has been lost. The Tommyfield Market parking is set to be the site of Eton College. The Civic Centre car park is to close, and also the Mumps car park closed last year. The town centre hasn't been open for months after it was supposed to be, and the Bradshaw Street car park is only half accessible. The event space that you just mentioned, the Loom, is about to open, but where is there to park? Businesses in Oldham are also suffering, as anyone working here all day will pay a minimum of £5.
Their concerns on the increase in costs, inability to pay electronically and decreasing availability of parking spaces was raised to the leader, but no response was ever received. So I would like to ask the Cabinet member what they're doing to provide more parking spaces and offer a discount for those who work in Oldham to encourage workers and businesses to stay in Oldham. Thank you.
Hussain.
Mr Mayor, really car parking doesn't come under my remit. However, I do know in the master plans of the town centre regeneration programme, we will be making car parking arrangements. So,
thank you. Can we deliver an answer to that from the relevant portfolio?
Yeah, I can get detailed response.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Sajid Hussain.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. It's good news that the employment continues to fall in Oldham and the number of businesses to increase. Can the Cabinet member give us any further details of the Youth Hub and the Youth Guarantee and how these Labour initiatives will help improve employment for Oldham's young people?
Thank you. I could have told you I sat down. The Youth Guarantee is the government's national commitment to ensure every young person aged 16 to 24 can access the sport and opportunities needed to move into work, training or education. Over the next 3 years, government will invest £2.5 billion supporting almost 1 million young people, Mr Mayor, and unlocking 500,000 jobs, training and learning opportunities. This is really an important programme for places like Oldham, where we want to support the future economy to grow by giving our young people the best start in their careers. Key elements: the Youth Guarantee, employer funding to support routes into employment. First, fully funded apprenticeship training for 16 to 24-year-olds. From October 2026, £2,000 apprenticeships incentives for non-levy employees, with further incentives of £1,000 up to £2,000 for priority young people. Youth job grants, £3,000 incentive for hiring 18 to 24-year-olds on universal credit for 6 months from June 2026. Youth hub expansion from around 100 to over 360 youth hubs nationally, giving all young people access to local employment, training and wraparound sport. Hubs will match the employers to young talent and provide integrated sport services. What does this mean for Oldham? The Council, through Get Oldham Working Service, already operates Youth Hub in partnership with the DWTP. The team are looking to expand this with other partners to ensure it is open to all 16 to 24-year-olds. The Council, through Employment and Skills Strategy, committed to support young people to progress into good jobs. The Youth Guarantee will support this, and we will work with our public and private sector networks to ensure that this is a success for our Oldham young people. Thank you.
Thank you. So, Councillor Chris Goodwin, Cabinet Member for Transport, have you got a report?
Thank you, Mr Mayor. The report focuses on the work done since the last report, so I'd like to thank our teams for the work they do. I'd like to highlight some of our successes. Our school street schemes, commencing with St Anne's in Royton, attended by Dame Sarah Story, continues to expand, with more parents and children choosing to walk, wheel or skate to school, making it safer and greener. On the B network, myself and Councillor Charters work closely with TFGM and other GM colleagues to ensure the B network is successful and is an example of many others are looking at. From ticketless travel across buses and network, Metrolink, soon to include rail, to removing the 9:30 restriction, allowing older and disabled residents to travel free at any time, to the freezing of prices, including the daily maximum, making public transport more affordable. The report quotes our winter maintenance programme, keeping our roads safe through the winter, and looking at tonight's forecast, the team will be out tonight so that residents can get to work safely in the morning. Not in the report, due to all the other work being reported, is our gully cleansing programme. Over 25,000 gullies have been visited so far. The initial team cleansing gullies is currently in South Chadderton, as per the list of wards on the council website, with the second team, which carries out more intensive work, is currently in Alexandra and St James. Now, I know some members complain about block gullies that haven't been visited yet, but rest assured they will be visited.
Councillor Goodwin, just one moment, please. Could you sit down? We've now reached 21:30, 9:30, when we are due to finish. So we have two options I could offer. I'm going to offer the first one, which is Procedure Rule 8.2, which enables us to deal with motions and recommendations that are not dealt with. Could any mover of motion yet to be considered please indicate if you would like to roll your item forward to the next meeting? Otherwise, we will move straight to vote without debate. So, administration motion 1, Councillor Taylor.
With respect, Mr Mayor, I made a proposal before yours.
Yeah. I'm following the rules that have gone.
Well, so am I following the rules that I can move a motion at any time to extend the guillotine, and I did. And I'm quite happy to compromise and say, well, we're at 9:30 now, let's go 10, 10 and 10. And then we get administration, opposition and outstanding business in half an hour, and we go home at 10 o'clock. And I'll amend my original proposal to that, bearing in mind the time, Mr Mayor.
Right. So, right, well, we need to vote then on whether we need to do what you're asking for or move straight to the vote, Howard. Is that okay? Councillor Sykes?
Seconded.
Seconded?
So we need to vote on.
Yes.
So which one do you want to vote first?
Sorry, what were we seconding? Who seconded what then? Who seconded what's Howard? Right, okay.
Seconded now, not that.
So that's been moved and seconded. Vote on this one.
And
then if it loses the vote, you need another proposal, basically. Yeah? So vote on. We're voting on Howard's proposal.
We'll vote on Howard's proposal first.
Which
right.
Is 10, 10, 10.
So that's 10, 10, 10, which will give us a finish time of 10 o'clock. 10. No, that was
10 o'clock, yeah.
10 o'clock. 10 o'clock, yes. So we're voting on that. So we want to go for 10, 10, 10, which will give us an extension until 10 o'clock. Or just after 10, yeah. Yeah. 30 minutes after we've done the vote, yeah. Yeah. So.
Just vote for it. Just vote for it, yeah. Just vote for it. Tell Lisa to vote for. Yeah.
Some people are in a rush.
Right. Yeah, stop the votes now, please, yeah.
That means we're doing that.
So that is carried. So we now move to 10 minutes for administration motions, 10 minutes for opposition motions, and then 10 minutes for the reports. No. No. Should speak quicker. Yeah. Okay, so we're now on item 10, administration motions, I call on Councillor Taylor to move and Councillor Islam to second the motion.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. There isn't a local authority area in the country that isn't impacted by fly tipping. But fly tipping isn't just a bit of dump waste for the local council to clean up. It's an eyesore that everybody has to live with. It pollutes the local environment and it can be a danger to public health. We know that many residents interpret persistent fly tipping as neglect, as if the council simply doesn't care. But the reality is fly tipping incidents across England have increased by 29% in the past 6 years, meaning environmental teams up and down the country are stretched beyond capacity. These record levels of fly tipping require environmental officers to investigate the mess, waste operatives to remove it, council vehicles and all the related maintenance and fuel costs to collect it, all of which is precious time and resource that could be used to help residents with other pressing needs. But as a Labour administration, keeping our neighbourhoods clean and tidy is a top priority for us, which is why we are continuing to invest in our flagship Don't Trash Oldham campaign to restore pride in our neighbourhoods, and in listening to residents' concerns as part of our budget consultation, but also more widely, we have committed extra investment into a rapid action team to remove fly tip more quickly. We are also bringing bulky waste collection back in-house to offer residents a cheaper and more efficient service so they can opt to have larger household items such as settees and mattresses collected and disposed of properly. But despite the vital work of council services, including better engagement to increase reporting, and of course our community litter picking groups, who also do a fantastic job in helping to clean up our streets and alleyways, we know that if we want to reduce fly tipping at source, the system itself needs to change. I was speaking to a senior officer recently who told me that the time and cost in preparing a case to take an offender to court doesn't add up, because most of the time the majority of fines barely cover the cost of a single lorry of waste clearance. That is why we need an increase in the maximum fixed penalty notice for fly tipping and littering to reflect the true cost of clean-up operations. This is a systematic problem which requires a better long-term strategy to deal with those responsible. We welcome the new powers that this Labour government has implemented to tackle rising waste crime through prevention, enforcement and accelerating the clean-up effort. The government is giving local authorities and the Environment Agency greater powers to boost waste crime enforcement by handing out tougher sentences, as well as making the offender pay for the true cost of their crime. Under the new proposals, the government will ramp up efforts to punish the commercial waste tippers as well as a rogue man with a van offender with unpaid work cleaning up our streets and parks as part of the new clean-up squads, and they will also be ordered to repay the cost of clearing the waste they illegally dumped. In pursuing litterers head-on, we will be allowed to increase the maximum fixed penalty notice from £100 here in Oldham to £500 for on-the-spot fines, and for those who throw litter out of their car windows, the owner will now face penalty points on their driving licence too. This is the toughest crackdown that we have ever seen for this type of illegal and irresponsible behaviour, and I know that this will be welcomed by our residents and businesses alike who care about their environment and the place where they live, because this level of disrespect for people, wildlife and our community is not a victimless crime. Our council leader, in her role as chair of the LGA's Neighbourhoods Committee, has been clear that councils need to be fully resourced to carry out any new enforcement powers, which is why this motion calls for the establishment of a national fly tipping enforcement fund to support councils with high levels of environmental crime. We know this problem cannot be solved overnight, but as this motion demonstrates, we are determined to use all of the powers available to us while pushing for more to make sustained progress and clean up our town. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Islam to second.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm proud to second this motion. Like many of us here, I don't just read about this issue on reports. I see it, I hear it, and I deal with it directly from residents. People stop me in the streets and they message me. They send me photos, and those photos are not just of rubbish, they are of streets being disrespected. I remember one resident telling me how they woke up, opened the curtains, and found piles of waste right outside their home. Not just a small bag, but furniture, broken fittings, construction waste, clearly dumped deliberately under the cover of the darkness. They said to me, "Councillor, it makes you feel no one cares about where we live." Mr. Mayor, that should concern every single one of us here, because this is just not about waste. It's about dignity, it's about respect, It's about whether people feel proud of their neighbourhood. Let's be absolutely clear. Fly tipping is not a minor issue. It's deliberate, it's repeated, and in many cases, it's an organised criminal behaviour. People make money by dumping their responsibility in our communities. And who pays the price? Not the perpetrators. It's the residents who live with it. It's the children who walk past it. It's the communities whose image is damaged. And it's the taxpayers who foots the bill to clear it up. That is fundamentally wrong. And we all know this problem is not evenly spread. The same streets, the same neighbourhoods hit again and again and again, often areas facing challenges. We cannot accept that. This motion says clearly enough is enough. We need stronger enforcements, we need real consequences, and we need powers to make sure those responsible are the ones who pay. Because right now, too many offenders think they can get away with it. They treat fines as a risk, not as a punishment. That has to change. We need penalties that actually deter. We need enforcement that is visible, and we need action that is consistent. But this is not just about being tougher. It's about being determined. We must continue the good work already happening with the rapid response, the targeted action, the community efforts, because we know our residents care deeply about where they live. But let's be honest, local effort is not enough. That's why this motion matters. It pushes for national change, stronger laws, stronger penalties, and the ability for council of ours to recover the cost of this crime. Because until this system fully backs us, we are fighting this with one hand tied behind our back. Mr. Mayor, Oldham is full of hard-working people who take pride in their communities. They deserve clean streets, they deserve respect, and they deserve to know that we are on their side. This motion sends a clear message. We will not accept environmental crime. We will not allow our borough to be treated as a dumping ground, and we will not stop pushing until we see real change. Mr. Mayor, I'm proud to second this motion. Thank you.
Could I invite Councillor Alamdani to move and Councillor Kenyon to second the First Amendment? You've got 2 minutes.
I'll keep it very quickly. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd just like to say we're all in this together. This is not a Labour thing. This is not actually an Oldham Council thing, although it is Oldham Council doing the Don't Trash Oldham work. We need to get everybody on the same page and go after the people who really are causing the problem, which is the people who are dropping all this crap. Thank you.
Seconded, Mr. Mayor.
With no time to speak on this, you've got a right to reply, Councillor Taylor.
Just to say, Mr. Mayor, obviously the Labour administration will be taking credit for what is a flagship policy of ours. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so we've got we'll go to the vote on that amendment. And I won't go through all the rigmarole because we've short of time. Move and second, please, Councillor Waheed and Councillor Koza.
All right, I'll move that, yeah, thanks.
It's me. I'll second it.
The amendment is lost.
It's not very nice.
Just 1 minute. Councillor Gafford, you're saying yours isn't working? Oh, sorry.
It's not working for me.
We'll just pause for a minute while we see what we can do.
It's just says that. No, it's not letting you do it, is it? Testing. Lip in the system.
Yeah. Amendment 2 is lost. So we will move back to the original motion and we will now go to the vote on that. The original motion, yes. So we're voting now. Motion is carried. Thank you. Now move to motion 2, tackling the antisocial use of fireworks. I call upon Councillor Goodwin to move and Councillor Davis to second. No speaking, just move and second.
Move, Mr Mayor.
Second.
Second, Mr Mayor.
Thank you. Could invite Councillor Wahid to move and Councillor Zia here, Ali, to move and
allowed to
second
move.
the amendment. Sorry.
Thank you.
Yeah, second it.
Thank you. Right, move to the vote.
On the amendment.
On the amendment.
Not working again.
Yeah, the amendment is lost. So we will now move on to vote on the move on to yeah. The motion is carried. Thank you. Now we're on item 11, notice of opposition business, for which we have 10 minutes, so it's 5 minutes each. So we will now deal with motion 1, time to scrap the spin and get the basics right. I call on Councillor Marland to move and Councillor Bishop to second the motion.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Today I'm proud to propose this motion as it reflects our commitment to listen to the people who elected us and who are utterly frustrated with this Labour and so-called independent coalition. Their frustration is born from the coalition's failure to prioritise and provide the very basic services, and this is happening every day, day in, day out, and as a result, I'm sure your inbox is rammed with emails from these unhappy residents. A great example of this is potholes. I've requested countless potholes, like my colleagues, and they're never inspected, and you just receive a dismissive email that is stating it is a low priority. I've asked to speak to the inspector, and I have finally had a call from him today. Just as frustrating when a pothole is finally repaired, it reappears in a few months' time as the quality of the fix is substandard. So why not invest in a quality patching machine that will repair the hole so it doesn't need to be repaired again in 2 months' time, or go back and actually quality check those that have been done. Road sweepers, council sweepers do attend when I ask for specific areas to be swept, but why is this service only on a request-only basis and not predetermined and have a set route for our roads to be regularly cleaned? Are the sweepers not always working, or has the resource been allocated to other services which have a greater priority? Many of Oldham's roads are a disgrace, and some are downright dangerous. Every day, neglected roads, pavements and footpaths undermine public confidence in this council. And despite the promise of resurfacing for the next financial year, it is too little, too late. I want to be a councillor for a council where I'm confident to say, yes, that will be done, and it will be done well, but I can't. I have several locations where their bin collections are missed on a very regular basis. Unfortunately, I hear from these residents nearly every month, and they have given up reporting the missed collections to the council, as they know that they will not get a response. More of my inbox is about overgrown footpaths, blocked gullies, or the state of our parks and green spaces. These are really basic services that should be the bread and butter of what this council provides for our communities. In terms of cross-party working, in July 2023, Oldham Labour voted down a Liberal Democrat motion which aimed to improve basic frontline services through cross-party working. In fact, for many years, Oldham Labour have consistently voted against plans put forward by us to invest more in our roads, footpaths, parks and green spaces. An example is littering and dog fouling, which continues unabated, and the council's failure to issue fixed penalty notices with any meaningful consistency or come up with stronger solutions to tackle the issue. As we've spoken about, Oldham Borough is one of the fly tipping hotspots in the northwest. In April 2025, the Oldham Group's motion, which tackled fly tipping and exploring free bulky waste, another great example of cross-party working. This again was voted down by the coalition of Labour and Independents. Yet tonight, the Labour administration proposed their own fly tipping motion, another year too late, and fly tipping has got even worse. So the spin needs to stop. Listen to what your communities are telling you. Please don't tell me that everything is rosy and how brilliant you are, because the people of Oldham will not agree with you. And before I'm being accused of being rude or impolite to officers, none of this is directed at the officers or staff of this council. They too are residents and are equally frustrated with the cuts or where the resources have been cut. This motion is for our residents and for everyone who has pride and a vision for a better, safer and fairer Oldham.
Thank you, Councillor Marland. Councillor Bishop to second. You have 1 minute in total for this item.
Thank you. Well, I'll have to cut most of my my speech out, and I'll try not to repeat too much that Councillor Marland has said. But like her, this is in behalf of all the residents who come to me on such a regular basis to report the difficulties with so many of our roads, damages to the vehicles or to themselves, and also the consequences of the blocked gullies. We were promised in September 2024 that the goal was to visit and clear every gully in the borough over an 18-month period. Well, 18 months later, although my ward has been visited, like other wards, all of those that have been silted up for years are still blocked, and there's no end in sight and no idea. Okay.
Thank you.
I've got 20 seconds left.
No, that's total. We've got to do the voting in that time. Councillor Shah to move the amendment.
Move, Mr Mayor.
Councillor Jabbar to second.
Seconded, Mr Mayor.
Move to the vote on the amendment.
Mr Mayor, could I propose we suspend the procedure for electronic voting because the amount of time it's taking to sort this all out? Thank you.
Vote on that. The motion is amended. We're voting on now. And it's a show of hands.
Oh, it's for.
For the amended motion. For the amended motion.
Substantive motion as amended.
The motion is amended.
Okay. All those against?
27. Again. You still need to do against. Still need to do against.
Against. The motion as amended is carried. Thank you. How many? It's up there now.
No, that's
oh, sorry.
27 for, 23 against.
27-23. So it wasn't par out with that one up there. Just wait for Councillor Lancaster, who's leaving the room because he's, yeah. I call on Councillor Arnott to move and Councillor Adams to second the motion. Of course, you've got 5 minutes for the total motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I've cut down this speech quite considerably, which is a shame, given the subject matter that we're squeezing this into 2 or 3 minutes at this stage of the evening, but thank you anyway. The Armed Forces Covenant, which was introduced in 2011, is a promise that those who serve or have served and their families, including the bereaved, should not face disadvantage because of their service. It recognises that the armed forces and veterans community often face unique challenges, including with housing, education, healthcare, benefits and pensions. In the 2024 General Election Manifesto, the Government committed to bringing the Armed Forces Covenant fully into law, ensuring a comprehensive and consistent approach to supporting the Armed Forces community. This commitment will be fulfilled as part of the Armed Forces Bill 2026. While welcoming this commitment, we also fully support the Royal British Legion's campaign to ensure that the Armed Forces Bill introduces a stronger covenant duty that is delivered consistently, funded adequately and sustainably to support delivery, and robustly measured so that its impact is clear. Mr Mayor, a modern civil society can be judged on how it treats and cares for those who serve or who have served it. It is a dangerous occupation. Since the Second World War, there have only been 2 years, 1968 and 2016, where there have been no deaths of UK servicemen or women on operations. But this does not include those killed in accidents while training on our other duties. Just for clarity, operations means when bullets are coming back the other way. Serving in the armed forces is challenging, not just for our servicemen and women, but also for their families. It can be a challenge when they leave service. The same society that looks to our servicemen and women when the need arises should be there for them when they are in need. This motion is not intended to criticise. We recognise that the Council signed the Armed Forces Covenant in 2013 and that the Council is accredited with the Gold Defence Employer Recognition Scheme Award, demonstrating forces-friendly employment practices. I would also acknowledge that councillors from all parties, the current and previous mayors and the leader of the council have been extremely supportive of veterans' issues in the borough with their time and very occasionally some money. Can I also take the opportunity to recognise the work of the Royal British Legion branches in Oldham and other groups such as the Oldham Armed Forces and Veterans Breakfast Club, Royton Veterans at Rumours, Latics Veteran Supporters Group and Shore Veterans at the Cart Shaft, to name but a few. Mr Mayor, this motion seeks to keep armed forces and veterans community issues relevant and in the public eye. It calls on the Council to ask the Government to expand and strengthen its commitment to the Armed Forces Covenant, and I would urge Council to support it. Thank you, Mr Mayor.
Councillor Adams, would you like to speak?
Rise to second.
I propose we go to the vote on this then. So, all back in now. So we're going to item 12, submission of the local plan. We'll go to the vote on that. It needs moving in second, sorry. Yeah.
Move, Mr Mayor.
Second, Mr Mayor.
And we'll vote on that. Those in favour?
Your hands up or down?
Got them.
Are they up or down? Down.
I've lost the will to live.
Have we going?
31. Against? Abstentions? Item 13, the Transpennine route upgrade. Calling Councillor Goodwin to move and Councillor Charters to second.
Move, Mr Mayor.
Second, Mr Mayor.
Those in favour? Yeah. Just check. Those against? Abstentions? Okay, thank you. Nope. We will not have time. Oh. Okay.
Is that a vote against?
Is it a vote against, Pam? But are you voting, honestly, are you voting against it? Against it. Right, thank you. Just so we can record it, Councillor Byrne.
But I do need to respond to this before it goes out like this.
We haven't got time. Yeah. Right, thank you. Moving on to item 14, the Oldham Green New Deal. Councillor Jabbar to move and Councillor Shah to second.
Move, Mr Mayor.
Second, Mr Mayor.
Thank you. Vote on that? Those in favour?
I think that was to know. Just for noting.
Oh, it's just for noting.
Oh, sorry, no, it's just for noting, sorry. It is, yeah. It's me, that. I've got it all written down in front of me and I should read what I've got in front of me. The Council Calendar 2026-27.
Move.
Seconded, Mr Mayor.
Go to the vote. Moving on to this. Against. Abstain. All right. Right, yeah. Item 16, which is the Civic Appreciation Award, which I would like to move. This is for the Oldham Pipe Band. It's their centenary year, and it's been put to group leaders. There's somebody to second that. Is it Councillor Shah?
Seconded, Mr Mayor.
All those in favour? Against? Abstentions? And I'll present that at my Mayor's Ball on the 24th of April. Thank you. Updates from the Council to note. Noted. Deputy Electoral Registration Officer.
Mr Mayor, sorry, can I just very briefly...
No time to speak. I've declined other people, so... No. Deputy Electoral Registration Officer, electronic vote.
We'll just do show of hands instead.
So, somebody to move, yeah. Yeah, mover and second.
Move, Mr Mayor.
Seconded, Mr Mayor.
Those in favour? Against? Abstentions? And political balance? Mover?
Move, Mr Mayor.
Seconded, Mr Mayor.
Vote. Those in favour? Against? Abstentions? Thank you for tonight's meeting.
All right.
Oops. Oops.
It dragged on that, didn't it?